think that worked. Do you think that worked? 'Cause I think it worked.
I don't know. I asked Mrs. Rockgod there if it had, but she said I don't think so. But we're on.
Well, we're live anyway. Yes, we are.
We are. Yes.
One of these days we'll get the countdown clock to work, but hey, it is what it is. And so anyway, this is the second stream, but it's part one of section one. So let's explain that. The video nasties are sort of split up into three sections. Section one being the nastiest. Section two, the ones that were kind of taken off the full list, the 72. There were some ones that were kind of let off a bit. Section three were the ones that were kind of not that bad, but were put on the list to say we need to keep an eye on these. But tonight we're going to talk about section one, and we're going to go alphabetically. That's how we're going to get through these ones, and then we're going to go to and see how far we'll go with that. See what everyone makes of this way we're going to present this stream. So, and we're going to show some of the videos, the movies as we'll go along. So obviously Nige here has got himself some good stuff to show, and I've got my Blu-rays here. I've got one on DVD, and we're going to go through them and talk about them as if, you know, if you wanted to go and buy them, and obviously what the thoughts are on the movie themselves, actually the picture quality on them, or the movie is to say, is it a decent movie or is it a bad movie? Because there is some bad movies in this this section, as it all in all sections, aren't there? So are you okay with that, Nige?
Yeah, and we're going to sort of we're both going to mark them out of 10, what we think.
Yes, and see if we conflict in our views. Yeah, because some of these, it's funny because some of these movies, you can kind of call them awful movies, but you can really enjoy them. Some of them are very enjoyable, even though you think, you know, you've got to be in the right frame of mind to know that these things are good movies, but we think they're good movies, and we hope that the people tuning in to have the same mindset to say that cut them a bit of slack, because they can be laughable, some of them, can't they?
But then some of them are just plain bloody awful anyway.
But yeah, that's the best way to put it. So we'll try and get through as many comments as we can as well. So what I'm going to do is actually, when I start off with the first movie, I'm going to do an alphabetical order from A. And what I'll do is we'll start off by me sort of telling you about the title, telling you about the alternative titles of the title, which there's quite a few of them, the running times of them, who directed it, and then we'll move on and we'll talk about that actual movie. Is that okay with you, Nige?
Yeah, no bother.
Right, spot on. So how did you think the last live stream went?
Me personally?
Yeah.
Fantastic.
Yeah,
I've actually watched it right through again, and I actually really enjoyed myself watching it again. It was nowhere near as bad as I thought, but I was actually interested listening to it because I couldn't remember half of it. Yeah,
I think it's funny when you don't realize what you're saying half on things when you're watching the thing. Oh yeah, we're talking about that, we're talking about this. But I thought it was great, and I really was pleased at the reception it got. I think it got a great reception. Of course, we're hoping it would do, but it's nice to know that people are going to tune in and come back to this stream and go through this journey with us, because it's going to be quite a few streams to get through these titles. And,
definitely.
It's going to be interesting to see how far we'll get on this particular episode. So what we're going to do is the first one we're going to put up is going to be Absurd. Yes, we both got the Blu-ray.
So we both got the same one with that one.
Yeah. So I've got a little bit like some literature here. So Absurd is directed by Joe D'Amato, and it's 1981, 96 minutes. It's also called The Monster Hunter, The Grim Reaper 2, Anthropophagus 2, Rosso Sanga. Some of these pronunciations might be really off. What about this one? Zombie 6. Did you know that one?
No.
I just found
I didn't know that.
Zombie 6. What's Zombie 5? Because I know what Zombie 4 is.
I don't know, but I've heard of its existence.
Is it Killing Birds? Zombie 5. It is, isn't it?
Don't know, but I've never seen that.
I think it is.
You might be right, yeah.
Yeah. Monster Hunter or Horrible. Yes. And also I've got, it's got two cuts of the movie on here. It's got an 88-minute one and a 94-minute one for export, and 88 minutes for Italian. So that's my...
This one's 94, so we've got the longer cut.
Yeah, but it has got the other cut on here, you know.
Has it?
Yeah, there is two cuts on here. You get the Italian... You know how it says the Italian audio?
Yeah.
That's the shorter cut. I didn't know that until I was looking for it. There you go. You learn something new every day, don't you? Have you got the booklet in there?
No.
Oh, because the booklet in there tells you all the video nasties, you know, in section 1.
I never got that.
Yeah, it's by Callum Waddell, and the alternative art on here is that one there. So that's the Italian title, that. And I do prefer...
That's the one that was actually on the front of the video cover, though, back in the day.
Yeah, it was always going to be that one, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. I was... you would never stray from this one, would you?
No.
No, because
I love that one.
Yeah, it's one of those ones, because this one was really hard to get on VHS, wasn't it? On pre-cert. It was one of those.
I don't ever remember seeing it, to be honest. I think by the time I found out about them all, it had gone.
Yeah. I'd never actually seen it in the physical. It was one of those ones. I mean, I think I saw a copy of it when it was horrible. It's called Horrible, and it was awful. You couldn't see what was going on at all. It was one of the worst.
The title's awful, isn't it, though?
You what?
The title's awful. Horrible.
Really horrible. It's what could that be? I mean, it's funny. Do you know the title Absurd? It's a great title, but what do you get from the title in Absurd? What do you think it kind of means?
I thought by the title and that artwork, I thought it was actually going to be more like a slasher.
Yeah.
And I just thought it was basically that was the murder weapon. That's what they were going around doing them in with.
Yeah.
And I actually thought it was going to be a whodunit type of thing. Total opposite to what I expected.
Yes, you're right. And I think that for me, I think Absurd could be the fact that the killer in it, not a spoiler, he can't die. So that's it's absurd what can happen to him. That's what I thought of it. Possibly. But
do you want to give a brief outline of the story, very brief, without any spoilers?
Well, we'll try not to do any spoilers on these movies. But what I will say is the sequel to Anthropophagus, the Beast, because this is Anthropophagus 2. It's kind of. Do you find it's more like a retelling of the Anthropophagus story in a different setting?
It is, because kind of similar things happen. And I know it is the same actor playing the beast in both of them, but the look is totally different in each film, isn't it?
Oh yeah.
I think in Anthropophagus he's done up to look more like sort of zombie like.
Yeah.
Whereas in this one, he just looks like a normal fella at first look.
Just a regular fella, but
he looks about 7 foot tall, man, but he just looks normal.
He is 7 foot tall, you know.
Is he really? You can tell.
He's George Eastman. Yeah. I think he is. He's in a few movies, but he is 7 foot tall, and you can really tell it, mind, when you. But he's got that's his English name, but he has English acting name. But he's got
probably can't pronounce his real name.
No, it's really long. But I think John Hall knows what it is. He knows all of these names. But I think that for me, he's got a good screen presence on this thing.
Actually.
He is a kind of slow stalker in this movie, and to be honest, I could tell when I was watching it, because I watched it recently. I could tell why this was banned, because the gore is more than Anthropophagus, a lot more.
It's also quite realistic, isn't it? I think in parts.
Yeah. It is. And
you saying it was very low budget as well.
Yeah. And it's funny because Joe D'Amato directed the other one, and the other one seems to be very low budget. This one seems to be like a bigger budget, but still low budget. Yeah, do you get that?
Is it the same director?
Yeah, it is. Yeah. Also,
I had to rewatch this one last night because it's a long time since I've seen it. But at the time, I couldn't find this. I've only just dug out today, so I found it on YouTube. So if anybody wants to watch it, it is on YouTube. However, when it starts in YouTube, the first couple of minutes is in, I think it's German, and I have no idea why.
Wow.
Then it clicks to English. It doesn't really spoil what's going on.
Yeah.
And I thought it was pretty good.
Mm-hmm.
I thought it was a bit slow, but I did enjoy it. The gore, I thought, was really, really good in it.
Yeah.
I think it's far better than Anthropophagus, personally.
Do you mean in the way of gore, or do you mean in the way of movie itself?
Probably both. But then again, I don't know, because that scene in Anthropophagus, my jaw dropped. I'd remembered it, but even when it happens, you're like, oh,
yeah,
it's got to, you've got to see it, like, to sort of believe it, really.
yeah. It's funny,
But I did notice
that
you little
scene.
turd. He's knocked the thing down to get in. The little boy,
Yes,
in it, he's the worst child actor I think I've ever seen. The curly-haired kid.
yeah, I know.
That's all I'm saying. But he is. I mean, people go on about Bob in House by the Cemetery, but this kid, he's not annoying. He just can't act.
Yeah,
If you watch it, wait till he cries, and you'll see what I mean.
Yeah, I know exactly what you mean, because there's him. There's also the girl as well. As the girl, his sister.
Yeah, but she's actually really good.
She's all right, isn't she? But I
The one who was in the bed.
Yeah,
I think she's really good there.
A big problem with the thing that got the censors on this one was the fact that this girl was she couldn't get out of the bed because she was disabled, and the fact that he was after her was a big no for the censors. Didn't like that at all. They don't like violence against women anyway, but this
because she was like only young.
Yeah, it's because she couldn't she basically couldn't move for a bit, could she? In this movie, I know she was kind of, I don't know if she, without giving anything away, she was quite prone, and the fact that this killer was in the house, I think they didn't like that at all. Actually, there was one of those ones where they just instantly said, right, that's it, we're not having that. I know the gore is extreme in it, but I think that was the, you know how Anthropophagus has the other scene in it. I think this was the thing that kicked it off for this particular movie.
Was this the one that had the saw?
The saw?
Circular saw.
In this one?
Not Bloody Moon. This one, or Anthropophagus had a bit as well. I can't remember which it was because I watched them both last night.
I think that I do.
I think it was this.
Yes. Oh yes, yes. I don't think there's any saw in Anthropophagus has.
It was this.
Yeah. It doesn't have very many kills in Anthropophagus. It's quite tame in its content. It's got that scene in it, hasn't it? And,
I can't remember what it is, but this one actually had a jump scene in it. For me, I wasn't expecting so I was actually quite chuffed about that.
Yeah, it's funny, back in the day they didn't actually do jump scenes, did they? They were just sort of saying that it wasn't a thing that they did, even though you did get frights from it. It wasn't a thing to do these days. Sometimes these ones that they do, these jump scares now in movies, that just all jump scares, and that's what they rely on, as opposed to just a really good story, I find.
If you're wondering why I'm still holding this, it's just in case anybody comes on while we're halfway through, so they know which one we're up to.
Yeah, and you don't know it. So, with this one, to me, I think this is probably the only version that would be worth getting.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. And I think I've wrote down the price if you ever want to go and get it. I think I've wrote down the prices, and maybe I haven't on this one actually. What I will tell you on Internet Movie Database, it's got a 5.3 out of 10, which isn't too bad for these type of movies.
So what's yours out of 10?
Well, I would have to give this one. I would give this one a 7 out of 10. I think. Yeah.
I'm going to have to explain myself. I've given it a 4. Right. Because although I did enjoy it, it was a little bit slow. And I think it was basically the slowness, like, spoils it a little bit. And God, some of the acting. But just because that's a 4, I know there's films I want to rank higher.
Yeah.
Which is why I've gone so low for that one. But don't make me giving it a 4 put it off, because it is actually still pretty good.
Yeah, it is a good film, isn't it? And I think as well, it's widely available. It's not as if, because some of these ones might be hard to track down, but this one's you can easily get this one, can't you?
Has this not gone out of print yet?
I don't think so. I think that I did check. I'm sure I had a different bit of paper that had all the ones where you're going to have to. I think there's only really a couple on here. You're going to struggle to get.
I mean, I've had these a few years. A few years, and I couldn't find it in the shop. I had to get it online.
All right, I see.
So I don't know so much.
Yeah, So I'll
I
not say,
personally think it's out of print, but I could be wrong.
all right. Well, I'll not say if anything's out of print yet, because I was going to try and do that. See if you've got like, I know there's a few
But
things on here that
it is an 88 films release, though.
Yeah, I think there's
That's absurd.
That's right. So what I'll do is now, Nige, I'm going to go through a few comments. We're going to try and keep on top of the comments. He says, never do, but we're going to really try our best for this. So Chickster says, this will be another good live stream. Well, that's what we hope.
Well, thank you, sir.
Yes. Mark Norwood, looking forward to this one.
Excellent. Thanks, mate.
He's a pal of yours, isn't he?
Yeah, he is.
Yeah. Andy from Forgotten World of Movies. Hi, guys. Hope you're doing well tonight. Looking forward to watching the stream. Thanks, Andy. Thanks for coming along. I watched that stream the other night with Keith from Euphoria Pictures. Really good. Really enjoyed that one. All 4 hours of it. Turn the blue iris. You're indeed on.
Oh, it's just as well because we've been rambling on for 16 minutes.
Mark says, let's go.
Let's go.
Dean Humphreys, hi. Hi, Dean. Dean says, hope there could be one that you guys really rate. Haven't seen this. I haven't seen that I haven't seen yet. Well, hopefully, I mean, we've got a stack here. We're going to try and get through as much as we can. We don't know how that's going to go. We don't know if it'll be hard to get through them all or it's going to be easy to get through them all. We'll see how we'll go with that one.
We've got a hefty little pile here to keep us going, though.
Oh, yeah. Got plenty of things to talk about as well. That's what I said. Sinjin, hey guys, we're back. We are.
Almost forgot as well while you're flicking through there. Mm-hmm. I've actually got the absurd soundtrack on vinyl.
Look at that. What a cover.
That title there, it's embossed.
You're joking. Wow.
It is.
You see, the thing is as well, I mean, you can get, going back in the day, we're talking about things being banned and all the things you had going on with the video nasties. How hard was it to get something with a good cover on? It took ages to get sort of exploitation covers on these type of movies after the ban. You just wouldn't see a cover. It was always very plain.
I know.
You get nothing like that.
It's like a clear vinyl with a black smoke going through it.
Unreal.
Don't know why, but I thought it was red. I've not played it for a while, mind.
Yeah. So what do you think about the soundtrack there?
Oh, hang on a minute. It's double.
I wonder if you get Anthro on there.
I think record 1's red. It is. I thought it was red. I forgot it was a double.
Wow. So that's the whole soundtrack for Absurd.
For Absurd, yeah.
Wow.
And it's a really good soundtrack. I really do like it a lot. There's quite a bit of music in it, though, that's also in pieces.
Yeah. Like a little sort of, you get sort of these ones where you get little bits and pieces. I know I had the Halloween 2 soundtrack, which has like little sort of like ding, ding, ding. That's like a song, like stabs and stuff like that, or, like sort of the stab music.
There's like a little quiet keyboard bit that like it's in both of them quite a lot. And I thought, could you not be bothered to write new music? I think that one came out first, though, didn't it? I think Absurd was out before Pieces.
For Pieces, yes. Pieces is quite a good soundtrack, actually, as well.
Well, it's very, very similar to that.
Listen to that.
So you probably like that as well.
Yeah. No, I like all these Italian movies that just got these great soundtracks, I find. Sometimes they're better than anything else. You get this really good, I don't know how they do it, but they've got this really good way of, in that time, of putting these soundtracks out and just being spot on.
Do I close the window or commit an illegal crime? Bloody kids.
Oh, is that I thought it was a dog. So they're busy screaming outside. They're probably hearing what we're talking about. So, Turn the Blue Iris says
Zombie 5 is killing birds. There you go.
That's on 88 films, actually.
Which is what you said it was.
Yeah. Zombie. I'd never heard of Zombie 6. I know they've got, I think it goes up to Zombie 8, I think, but God knows what they are. And none of them are They don't intertwine with any of them, do they?
I think I give up after 3.
Yeah. Zombie
I've never seen them. I was thought this is getting ridiculous. So I just didn't bother.
It was a film called After Death, and I think what they did was just tagged it onto zombie. I don't know why it's called a zombie movie, because it's not really a zombie movie, but you know what it's like. St. John says, "Hope your throat holds up tonight, John." Yeah, so do I. I've got me bottle. Can't drink too much of it. I'll just be in the toilet all night. St. John, love that. Love the T-shirt, Rockgod. Yeah.
Thank you.
It is a good one, actually. I've never seen that one. So where'd you pick that one up?
Zavi.
Really, Zavi?
Hmm?
I always forget about these places to get. If I don't see one out in the wild, I'll usually never go online to get one.
Well, they had that offer on, and she said to me, "Do you want? There's 3 for whatever it was. Do you want them like as a little Christmas present, like a stocking filler?" I went, "Oh yeah." So anyway, I had a look and I got this. I got a really good Christopher Lee Dracula one. And I think the other one that I got was a Navy Creature from the Black Lagoon with the actual cinema poster on.
Oh yeah.
Sure, that was the 3rd one.
Very nice. So you like Creature from the Black Lagoon then, I'd suggest.
I do a bit, yeah.
Yes. Just a bit. Great film though.
Yeah, it is.
So Nos says, "Evening, chaps. Evening, Nos."
Good evening.
Turn the Blue Iris says, "Was horrible the French title for Absurd?" It could have been, because
Possibly.
I wrote these titles down, and it did tell you where they were from, but to write all that down would be quite hard. I couldn't fit it on the paper. The paper would be like huge, be like a book. But yeah, these titles, there's some crazy titles in these ones for ones that were like abroad.
I know.
Some of them are actually called the same. You know, they've got the same names. Well, there's Zombie 6. I mean, I don't know how they get that one. In fact, I would love to see a picture of Zombie 6 and to see if it was actually this movie. That'd be good. Double Bill Movies. Trev says, "Even gents, been looking forward to this. Hope you have a great stream." Thanks, Trev.
Thank you very much.
Yeah. So I'll say Blue Iris instead of Turn the Blue Iris. Evening all.
Afternoon.
Afternoon. Blue Iris says, "Absurd description. Think of Silent Rage with gore and no Chuck Norris."
I've never seen Silent Rage.
I've seen it a long time ago. And for me, yeah, well, if I'm honest, he does seem to, because to be honest, this is not really spoiling it, but this fella, the killer, doesn't really seem to be anybody. You don't really know why he's in this killing frenzy, but he's so slow, isn't he? He just plods through.
Yeah.
And it's, so you can imagine, yes, yeah, but he's after something, and
it's like a Jason Voorhees thing where he can just walk slowly.
Mm-hmm.
You could be running 40 miles an hour, but he'll still catch up somehow. Amazing. Don't know how to do it.
No, I don't know, but he won't let up, man, will he?
He won't. No.
Keeps on going, yeah. And it's. But I think that when you watch films like Absurd, you've got to realize that it might be. You might think, well, if they just ran and just this and just that, they can get away from it and do this. But it's part of the charm of these movies, where they've got this different tack, where this killer is just this relentless walking machine who will walk people down. And once he gets them in the house and they can't get out, they can't escape. You might, if you run around a track, you might be able to run them out all the time, but get to a point where he's cornered you off and then you've had it, more or less.
Yeah.
There's not much stopping
I think also the good thing about Absurd is they finished it. They couldn't have a sequel because of like the way it ends. Whereas when Anthropophagus finished, I was thinking, well, that could have a sequel at the time that was.
Yeah,
very loosely a sequel, but it's supposed to be.
It is, isn't it? Really, it's kind of just like more. I think of more like a retelling of Anthropophagus in a different setting, with a bloke who doesn't look like he's manky.
Yeah, it's bizarre. Like, I was absolutely rotten in the first one, but then in that, he just looks like a normal. But he's even got like trainers and jeans on. Weird,
snazzy, doesn't he? Looks pretty snazzy. I don't know where he got pants to him, being 7 foot tall, mind. Just went to the big man shop. Mark Chat says, Big Joe Eastman. There's nothing normal about that chap. You're right there. He's still alive, you know. Still going.
Is he really?
Yeah, he is. Yeah, he's still going.
Wow.
I mean, he's getting on, but he's 70 odd. But he's been in a few films. What's the other one that I like him in? I think he's in Bronx. Is he in Bronx Warriors or something along them lines?
Never seen that.
Yeah, I'm sure he's in Bronx Warriors. He's one of the gang who's fighting that sort of, what's that lad called, the long hair. You haven't seen Bronx Warriors?
No.
Good film actually. But I'm sure George Eastman's in there. So is Vic Morrow as well, one of his last roles. Nas says, evening, turn the blue iris, how's things? Ogie Cat Productions, Michael says, hi guys, really wish I could watch this video live, but I'm not able to. I will watch it back, though as soon as I can. Have a blast and up the irons. Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, but all right, it's great that I find that I do watch streams on catch up sometimes. You can kind of dip into these ones on the live one if you wanted to, but yeah, I tend to put them on and watch them in a couple of hours goes, you know, because usually these days streams do last more than like half an hour. Not you can't make them short, can you? Blu-Ray says to Nos, all good. Tar hopes all well with you. That says the only thing I knew about Absurd was it was the sequel to Anthropophagus. Yeah, it's kind of, when you say a sequel, it's funny, these movies, how many of them are sequels, and when you watch them you think, what on earth has that got to do with the first one? I find myself saying that quite a few times.
It's kind of also not really a direct sequel because Anthropophagus is like on an island, isn't it? Whereas this is like in the suburbs type of thing.
Yeah.
And I also think, if I remember rightly, I could be wrong here, but in both films, don't you see him in photographs?
Yes. It has flashbacks.
And I'm sure it's different families.
Yes, because there's, I don't want to go too much into spoilers, but there's a reason behind, in both films, why this fella is the way he is. Yes. It's not just this person appears from nowhere and there's no backstory. There's quite a good backstory to explain.
Especially in Anthropophagus. I think that was a really good backstory for that.
It does sort of explain a little bit in Absurd, but and you kind of get a flavour. You say, oh yes, that's why. But in Anthropophagus, it does go much deeper into the backstory. Quite a good backstory, actually. Better than they would usually put in.
Yeah.
Not a bit warm, if I'm honest. Yeah. Are you still warm over there, Nige? Because it's warm here, like.
I'm all right with the window open until they start screaming.
How dare they? Tret says, what's the next video, Nasty, you are both hoping to add to your Category 1 collection?
It's got to be Mardi Gras Massacre.
That's it. I agree.
I mean, we both pre-ordered that. Yours is still in your basket waiting. They've cancelled my order.
I'm perplexed as to what this is, because it's obviously, I'm assuming they've got it. They're just having a bit of problems to get it, to finalise it or whatever. Or maybe
I think if it gets put back anymore, because they put it back to September now, if it gets put back anymore, I might just buy the bullet and go and get the Severin one.
So is there a Severin one?
Yeah. It's out. It's been out ages, like about a month or two.
Really?
Oh, yeah, well, that's what I don't understand.
Because usually Severin and 88 are together on things.
Yeah.
Aye. Oh, I didn't know that. I just thought it was an 88's release. It's a shame because it's in that Italian collection which I collect. And I didn't really want to do it. You know, I wanted to just get the 88 one for that reason. Wow. No,
I do think it'll come out. I just think that, I don't know whatever trouble they're having, but they've put it back twice now. But yeah, it's in next month, so we'll see.
And weirdly enough, it's meant to be one of the worst video nasties you can watch. Where,
as in, not a good film. You don't mean as in, oh god, it's awful, I can't watch because it's gory.
It's just meant to be rubbish, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. But we really want to get it because it's one of those ones that's so rock hard to buy.
Yeah. Neither of us have seen it either.
No, that's it. It's going to be first.
I'm hoping by the time we get that far that we've got it.
Well, yes, I'm hoping, like you say, on these streams, more go into it. By the time I get to that title, it's actually physically in my hands. We're not saying, "Oh, we're waiting for this movie to come out again." You know?
And fingers crossed, same goes for Werewolf and the Yeti.
I know. I was thinking about that there today, just thinking that should be easy. I can't imagine that to be a hard one to find if it has been out in a box set somewhere.
The only way you can get it is it's in a Screen Factory box set, so you're looking at 50 odd quid.
Yeah.
Or there's a German, one of those media books you can get. Again, I think it's 40, 50 odd quid.
Yeah.
So they've done it. Surely one of them over here can do it cheaper than that.
Well, you would think.
That's what I'm hoping.
Well, I would like to think that Arrow might be starting to do a few more Nasties. And hopefully they might get that one on the list. Who knows? You never hear about these things happening until they're kind of done, do you? I'd love them to get a more heads up. So Blu-Ray says this is weather is this tis the weather for watching a video nasty live stream. Well, there you go. Blu-Ray says also Annie Bell's head in the oven as well, maybe.
It's supposed to be oven.
Yeah, I really am blind. I've got to say that I've changed the view in this just so I can sit in a comfy chair rather than sit in the other ones and having two broken legs when I get off it. So I'm quite comfortable. But the problem is I'm having so much difficulty reading these things, but I'll keep on going. We'll do a couple more comments and then we'll move on to the next one.
Yeah.
Which will be second on the list. So the bandsaw is in absurd.
Yeah, I thought it was.
Yeah. And the monkey says, big fan of your videos. I have a horror question for you both. It was mentioned for a while. The tree scene was shortened in The Evil Dead 1980, which release
has that
scene uncut. Well, I presume that the scene is in uncut now, although Sam Raimi doesn't like that scene.
As far as I know, it's uncut. I mean, it didn't last that long to begin with, really.
Yeah.
I mean, once you saw the branch like quickly move,
yeah,
it was only a second thing anyway. It's not like it kept going back to it.
Yeah.
But I'm pretty sure that if you get a fairly recent release now, and any probably release from America anyway, it should be uncut. I think the only one that I remember being cut was when it first came back out as an 18, and you saw the tree's grabber, and it was just totally missing altogether.
Yeah, they really hacked it to bits, didn't they, when it got...
Oh, they didn't have, yeah.
Came out and thought, oh, good, it's coming back out, and you think, oh my God, what have they done to it? Really did sort of cut it to bits.
Yeah. I mean, I've read on the internet that there was a date for Evil Dead saying it was banned on such and such a date, then it got re-released on such and such a date, cut, and then it said fully uncut and released again in whatever the year was, I can't remember. So it is supposed to be fully uncut as of now.
I would have said it was. I would have definitely said it was fully uncut.
I think if you get the Blu-ray or the 4K over here now, it should be there fully intact.
Mm-hmm. Right. So what we'll do is we'll go on to number 2.
Yeah.
In the alphabetical list, which is, do you want to lead this one, Nige?
One we've already mentioned, the first one. Anthropophagus the Beast.
Yes.
Look at that beaut. Isn't he beautiful?
I know. That's a great cover, isn't it?
Yeah, that one is like the reverse art, and that was the original video cover, which is why I've got that one, folks. I like that one so much better.
Yeah.
There you go.
What I did was I've got to put the other one on because because that hasn't got the number on it. You know, the certificate on. All the other ones have got certificate on, so I've got to, for my own peace of mind, I've got to put it on there, or I'll see like a missing certificate. You know, I know, it's really crazy. I did used to have that one, the slipcover. You know, remember the slipcover on that? Of that.
I thought you still had it.
No, I have got a slipcover, but it's not that one. I got rid of the other one.
The remaster one.
The remastered one I've got. Yeah, got a remastered one. But I had a slipcover with that cover on. What you're holding.
Oh, I didn't know you could get one for this one.
You can, and it's got R cards, and it's really good release. And I got rid of it because I didn't want to have 3 versions of it. But when I thought about it, I should have kept it. It was daft to get rid of it. I know. No, I didn't get rid of it for much either. So what I found out on the net was, I'll read out the things behind this Anthropophagus. which is the first movie in this two movie. What do I call it? It's kind of like I don't know what
The
you call it.
prequel to Absurd.
Yes, good one. So Anthropophagus the Beast is by Joe D'Amato again, 1980, 92 minutes. It's also called The Grim Reaper, The Savage Island. Now, The Savage Island is the title on this, the picture.
When you actually watch the film, yeah, it's there,
Yeah.
Savage Island.
Anthropophagus, Man Beast, Anthropophagus the Grim Reaper, The Beast, The Zombies Rage, which I've never heard of that one,
No,
and Man Eater. But it says that this one here, which was the first release, is 2 minutes shorter than this one. But when I was looking online, I couldn't find anything that said what the 2 minutes was. And when I did check the running times out, this is 89 minutes, and this is 92 minutes. So it's definitely 2 minutes in it, although I couldn't tell you what it is. I don't think it's Gore, though.
So it's the original one. That's the 92-minute one.
The original one is 89. That one there would be 89 minutes. This one here is 92. And it does say on the back of it, it says it's got a 2K scan. So that's how you can tell.
This one says 90 minutes.
Yeah.
So
This
that one there you've got with the slipcover has got the 2K scan.
It's got a 2K scan, and the running time is 92 minutes. I don't know if I can see that on there. Does it show up there? Can you see it?
Yeah.
Do you see it? Oh, yeah.
I want it now.
I'm sure you can still get it.
I've
Nice
looked.
soft touch.
You can, but not with that slip. That would bug me.
So I can't put it on the shelves if I want to, but it's got the slipcover on. So I've got that one in with the other ones, and I've got this one like separately. So personally, this, for me, what would you say? Would you prefer this one to Absurd or the other way around?
Other way around. For me, this was so slow, and I've only seen this twice now, and it does absolutely nothing for me except for the gore. Some of the gore in it is brutal.
I must admit that I always heard, I hadn't seen this one first off, and I did know there was like the Grim Reaper was out and it was cut, and I did stay away from it for a long time because I thought, well, if the film's boring and all the gore's cut out of it, what's the point? So I first saw it on when it got released on this 88 films, when the first one came out like yours, and I've got to say I love it. I really do. I think it's one.
I knew you rated it highly.
It's one of the best video for me. It's one of the best video nasties ever.
Really?
Yes, I know it's nuts to say that, because I can understand why you would say it hasn't got that much to it, but for some reason I really enjoy this movie.
You don't see him until it hits 52 minutes.
Yeah, you're right.
Now I didn't remember that until I watched it again last night. The first time I watched it, I thought he was in and out all the way through. He's not. You only see him from like 52 minutes onwards. Yes,
he's very. You don't see him at all, and you don't really find out what's going on until about the story, like very late in the movie, do you?
But I did like the backstory about him when you find out, though.
Yeah,
I did like that.
And I think actually George Eastman, the Beast, he wrote both movies, or he co-wrote them anyway.
Oh, did he?
Yeah, I think he did. Yeah, he co-wrote them with Joe D'Amato, I believe. Because he is in quite a few of these movies himself. He's in Rabid Dogs as well. Have you seen Rabid Dogs?
No.
The Mario Bava film. Well, they're all in a car. It's this sort of like kidnap movie where they get in a car. And the fact is, because you know these cars in Italy, they're quite small, like Fiats. I don't know how he gets in this car. Because his legs out the window.
I'd like to see him do that.
Oh, he's brilliant. But I think he's great in everything I've seen him in. I think he's and he's been in a lot of spaghetti westerns as well.
I didn't know that.
I think you know when Dario Argento was involved with writing spaghetti westerns back in the day before he started as a director. I'm sure there's a sort of he did get George Eastman in some of these movies. Like just stand in the background. Probably, well, he would notice where he was. Could be like
you'd reckon he's so recognisable. You'd spot him a mile up, wouldn't you?
Yeah. So so
I don't think it's even the height. He's just got a very distinctive face. I think
he has.
He doesn't look like that really. That is makeup.
Yes, imagine he looked like that completely.
Imagine that being in a western.
But
so, what would you rate this one then?
I'm going to have to give it a 9 out of 10.
Wow.
Yes, and it's and in the movie database, I've ranked it 10 out of 10 because I think for me, I just love it. Some movies connect with you for whatever reason. I don't know why, but this one does. Now, if I'm saying it's a 9 out of 10 movie and I'm saying to everybody, you've got to go and see it, you've got to be aware that what Nige says is spot on. It is very slow. And for a great deal of the movie, nothing happens. Literally nothing.
And also, which I know a lot of people, I'm trying to word this so that I don't spoil anything. Put it this way, there's a scene in it which I think a lot of people would find very upsetting.
Yeah. It does cross a line, doesn't it?
I can't really say anymore, can I, without spoiling it?
Yeah. But
you put it this way, when you see it, you'll know it.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. And I think that, weirdly enough, I had the movie on. One of the rare times I watched a movie when Deborah was around about. She wasn't watching it, but she came in. And towards the end of it, so I was finishing off the movie. I think she must have been out somewhere when she came and watched it. And she said, is he doing what I think he's doing? I said, yes, but she says, there's no but. I can't believe it. And I says, well, yeah, but it is what it is. And that's why it got banned. Basically.
It does happen late on, doesn't it?
Yeah. Because
and I totally agree. I do think that was the sole reason for them banning it.
Yeah. If that wasn't in, I don't think they would have turned a blind eye to it.
No, I mean, there was some more gore in, which was pretty brutal. And I thought, especially for the age of it, and again, low budget, it was very graphic. The gore effects in it, considering how low budget it is, actually really, really good.
Mm-hmm.
It's just getting to them. It's just, I think when you watch it, though, you've got to listen to the story. I know it is so dull, but then I think I zoned out for a couple of times. I'm thinking, oh, what happened there? So I had to take it back because I had to know what was going on.
Yeah. I think that maybe what happens in it is maybe pertinent to the story because of what his backstory is. Maybe that's why they put in it. They might have just done it for shock value. And well, they've got the shock value.
I think they did. Oh, it certainly worked.
Yeah. Aye.
Well, I'm going to give it, if it wasn't for the gore, I was giving it 2 out of 10.
Right.
Because it was just so slow.
Yeah.
But I'll give it 3 for the gore because the gore was really good.
Right. Well, it's funny because, I'm saying 9 out of 10, but it basically just, I had a blast with it. And I've had this it's not as if one of these ones where I've grown to like it. I instantly loved it when I first saw it. And I've never bothered from that. So it's funny how some things can connect. And don't forget, everyone had heard talking about it. It said, and even on the books you used to read, it's one of the worst ones you can see. It's the dullest on them, the video Nasties DVDs we got. It said on there, so it's rubbish, so.
The thing is, I've heard them say that about some of them. And when I've watched them, I thought, I loved that. That was marvellous.
Yeah.
So I don't know.
That's what you find, though. We're getting back to if anybody's just coming into this without ever seeing any of these movies, that you've got to take them with a kind of grain of salt. That you kind of just go in and just imagine. They're not like any movie you would see today. Some of them are ultra low budget. You've got to factor that into it. Sometimes the acting's terrible. The dubbing's sometimes really awful. But if you just put it on and just, some of them aren't that shocking. And some of them were struggling to understand why they were actually
absolutely
banned. But I could for Anthropophagus and Absurd, I could see why they were banned.
The next one we've got, actually, I'm struggling even now to think, why was it banned?
Yes, you're right.
Very cheaply made, but such a good film, good story.
Yeah, I agree. I'll go back to a few comments now, see how we can do with comments. So Glorious says, also the pencil in the ankle was shortened. Just thinking about that scene. Glad I'm sitting down. Yeah.
That's Evil Dead. Well, that's definitely uncut now. That's fully in.
Yeah. The noise when the thing goes in, pock, like that.
Yeah, but like you see the twist as well, don't you? I bet it was the twist that was cut.
It was horrible. It was a horrible effect because it's just a thought of what they're doing. Now it says, pretty sure most modern releases are uncut, including the 4K. I could be wrong though.
Yeah.
I think they are uncut, if I'm honest.
Sure, I got the 4K from over here. I got the Cine edition from HMV, and I would swear blind it's uncut. I've never noticed anything.
I would say that. I would say that. I can't imagine. I mean, there was a lot cut out of Evil Dead. Even the pre-search had a lot cut out of it. I think there was seven snippets cut out of it. I think when Ash slapped his girlfriend, he slapped her 3 times, and then the pre-search he only slapped her once. And you could tell.
I need to watch that again now to find out how many times he whacks her.
Yes, there's definitely 3 times, but he gives her a kind of dish. But on the pre-search, he just goes crack, and then it stops. And you know, it's like an obvious cut. You go, hang on, I'm sure there's someone else there.
So the one you've got now, does that do the 3?
Oh yes, it's done that ever since
it
came out as an uncut version. Yeah, you will have the 3. I don't know why. Maybe it's just they didn't like it. There was so many, but that was in the pre-cert, which was a bit odd.
Yeah.
So Dean says, "What great artwork! Some of these artworks in here are quite good, actually."
I was going to say, I'm assuming that's referring to the nasty covers that we've shown.
Yeah. So out of them covers that we've shown, what would you say was your favourite cover out of all them?
Out of these 2?
Oh yeah. What would you say of all the covers you've seen, even with this one, which is like another cover? What would you say was the best one thus far?
See, I like them both of them. That one reminds me of the actual videos back in the day.
Yeah.
But I think I like that one better because of what I thought it was originally. Yes. So when I see that, I think, oh, slasher. Even the name, everything about it. Even though I was wrong, I still think I would go to that one because I like that. It just screams slasher to me, that.
Well, I would say, the other one. That's my favourite one.
That one
so far, yeah. I think that's
I think that one's better than the new one, the artwork.
Yeah. Oh, yes, definitely. Even though that's quite a nice picture. I'm not saying it's a bad picture.
Oh, God, no. I just think I like that one better.
That's, if you think about video nasties, that's the one that'll come to mind.
Yeah.
Definitely. Sai says, in terms of modern cinema, do you think that a Serbian film would be a Section 1? It's definitely a twisted film. Yes, definitely.
Had that come out in the 80s, I think it would have been like an earlier reaction how the New York Ripper would have been. I don't think they'd have even released it.
No, wouldn't.
I think it would have got into the country and they'd have turned it round and kicked it straight back out again. I just don't think it would have got through.
Yeah.
Not even a cut version.
No, I agree. I think it wouldn't even granted anything. It would have been, because some of them didn't get in the country, did they? Even that was before that even the video nasties thing had come in. They couldn't get released anywhere. I think a Serbian film would have been towed.
Best of it is, me personally, I don't think a Serbian film's as bad as what people say it is. Don't get me wrong, it's bad. But that scene that people go on about with the baby, I'm like, well, you can just see you don't see anything, you just know what's going on. I think it's the idea behind it.
Yeah.
And I've said to many people, Cannibal Holocaust disturbs me far, far more than a Serbian film does. Serbian film's really gory and disturbing, fair enough, but it didn't make me feel sick like Cannibal Holocaust did.
Yeah. I just think it went into a place that it shouldn't really.
It shouldn't, yeah. I agree.
Yeah. So Blu-Ray says, George playing the gut guitar. It was. Mrs. Rockgod says, ask Nigel how he pronounces absurd. Haha.
I keep pronouncing it with a Z. For some reason, I say absurd, and I don't know why. Right. And it annoys her.
Does it?
Yeah, so I think I might just pause this and go and smash her face and then come back.
Say, how's that for absurd?
Absurd that. I'm trying to say absurd now, because to me it doesn't sound right, but there you go.
Absurd.
I have to, because I'm the first one to pull people like with the letter H when they say H, because that grinds my gears. It isn't H, it's H. So I've got to say it's absurd. I've got to.
Monkey says, did you pick up the soundtrack? I'm on the fence on picking up the vinyl. Now,
Of which one?
I imagine this is too absurd, actually.
Absurd, I did, yeah. I've just shown the vinyl there.
I know.
So
how long ago
I haven't played it for a few years. I totally forgot it. It is actually double, but there's actually some really, really, really good music on this. Like I said, it's also, some of it's in pieces, but it's probably one of the ones I've played the most out of all the soundtracks I've got, because I've played it a few times.
Yeah.
You love a bit of embossing, don't you?
Gotta love embossing, especially that bit. I mean, it's
really, really good, the artwork. I don't know whether I should show that. Quick flash. It's more gore. It's not like rude.
Yeah. Is that you or me?
Not sure about what.
I'm saying, is that you? There's a noise there, sounding like somebody exploding. Wasn't them kids outside, was it?
I don't know.
Oh, it just
maybe. They've gone.
All right. Maybe they are gone now if it exploded. The monkey says, I'm not sure either. I'm not sure either. That's why I'm asking the experts. I'm wondering what this is about. I
don't know what he means.
Yeah. I'm just trying to go
Unless somebody said something, he's replying to them. I don't know.
Yeah. Not too sure about that one. I don't think I missed any comments, because it's sometimes you can go past something you don't think. I think that's probably about Evil Dead, if it was fully uncut or anything. I think we both thought that it's definitely fully uncut for me. If I had to say what I thought it was, I think it's uncut.
I'm smiling because I've just had a message off my daughter.
All right.
I think I've just seen you smiling at me because I can't answer the messages that popped up. I must have read it and smiled.
Oh, on the yes, aye. Because you can see it on your screen, can't you? Because you're using your phone, is that right?
Put your hand up if you were smiling at me.
Blarius says to the monkey, soundtrack for this? Nope. Only soundtracks I have are on CD so far. Probably, I'm sure they mean an absurd or, was it absurd or anthropophagus? That's all I've talked about.
I don't think you can get either of them on CD, to be honest. Oh, yes, you can. On the Severin Blu-ray, there's one of them got the CD soundtrack in with the film. I can't remember which one it is. It's one of them, yeah. I think it's absurd, actually.
Right. Because the soundtrack Anthropophagus, at the start when they're playing that music, it sounds a bit like Greek, Zorba the Greek.
And it jumps which is quite listenable too, isn't it?
Yeah. It gives you.
And then after that, it's just noise.
Yeah. It's not really got a good soundtrack, if I'm honest.
I was watching it last night and this racket come on. I said, I'd like the soundtrack to this. I wouldn't. I really wouldn't. It's awful.
So Noz says, consider it's quite cut by the BBFC, it would be banned outright. So my guess is Section 2.
Wouldn't be banned outright.
I think that's maybe they're going for that Serbian film, because I know that it is cut in this country, isn't it? It's not uncut. I
don't think it would be. If they did let it through, if it was out then, it would be a Section 1 at the very least. It would either be a Section 1 or be just outright get it out of the country. The Section 2 are for the lesser sort of graphic ones. Well, supposedly. I've known some in the Section 2 are worse than some of the ones.
Because they were all in Section 1, weren't there? Wasn't a section, then they kind of demoted some of them.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I had to put them, because there were some crazy ones in here. Never mind the section, some really daft ones in here, I find, for this first lot we've got here. The next one being one of them, as we're talking about. But I'll answer this question. This is from Michael, says, I haven't gone yet, but probably will have the time to read this. but probably will have the time you read this. Make sure you give The Evil Dead lots of love. If you get to this, I'll be checking later.
That's for a later one.
Yeah, I don't think we'll do The Evil Dead in this one.
I think we can categorically say we will not get to The Evil Dead tonight.
Yeah, I pretty much don't think so. We're going to have to really try to get through what we've got, and we're going to use this like stream as a bit of a benchmark to say what we feel we can do in a night, and then we can sort of take it to the next one. But don't forget this section. It's going to go on as long as we do it till we finish it. There's no sort of like we're not doing 2 streams and that's it. This is a long series, which is good actually, because it's not as if we're going to try and cram it all into one night. We'd probably ask about 9 hours and we'd be wrecked and we wouldn't do half the things we wanted to. So it
lasts as long as it's going to last.
That's right. So yeah, we're just taking it nice and steady. So anyway, so next up in alphabetical order is Axe.
Blu-ray. But you get another film with it.
Yeah.
Kidnapped Co-Ed. Classic title. But that's the one you're looking at, Axe.
Yes. And has that got a CD in it?
Yes, bonus CD. It's both of them as well. Both films are on the CD soundtrack.
Yeah. I really do want a CD actually. Release.
That's the track listing. There's the CD and that's the Blu-ray.
Yeah.
For both.
Well, the DVD here, which I got from Morrison's, believe it or not, for £5.
Ah.
Yeah, we're checking out one day, and I went, hang on a minute, what's that? Axe. And I thought, no, not be that Axe, and it was. And it says previously banned in the UK, and it's completely uncut. It says, and it is uncut. And with this one, you get 2 discs, and you get like some art cards in it as well. I think, if I'm right in thinking, yes, you do. Your 2 discs are you get a documentary and show reel, and then the movie.
Oh, that's a canny little set, isn't it?
Yeah, and
never ever seen that before.
It's one of it's actually you can still get it. You can get it quite cheap. And the art cards are, if I can show them, yes, is that one. Then
I've got that.
Yeah. Have you got I Drink Your Blood? What do you think?
And I Eat Your Flesh is a bonus one as well. It's black and white.
I Eat Your Flesh isn't very good, is it? It's
no.
rubbish, actually, yeah. But I Drink Your Blood's quite good. That's when the kid injects the pies with rabies.
That's not easy to get hold of. I'd like that.
Yeah, is this on the section 3?
Yes.
Yeah, I thought it was. Actually, weirdly enough, I've just picked this one up. Hitchhike to Hell.
Never heard of that. And there's the
Kidnapped Co-Ed.
Kidnapped Co-Ed as well.
Hey, what about that?
It's actually a pretty good film, that as well.
Is it?
Yeah, I enjoyed it.
What about this one?
The House on Bear Mountain.
Actually, well, there's 2 of them. Double feature.
What's
House on Bear Mountain and Kiss Me Quick.
That's Frankenstein, isn't it?
Yes. This one's called Mantis Lace.
Oh, yeah.
Have you heard that?
Never heard of it.
When you said that, I thought, I said that one. And this one is A Scream in the Streets.
They're making it up.
And this one, actually, I've got this one. What a strange movie this one is. The Toy Box.
How the hell did you get out? That's on the list.
It's on section 3, isn't it?
Yeah.
The Toy Box, yeah. What a movie that one is. Wow. Not a good movie. Not a good movie. Back to Axe. Not bad, actually. I didn't realise them cards have them type of things in it. So the movie itself, what does your print look like? Because this it's okay. It's not too bad. It's 1:3:3 to 1. It's just a square picture. Is yours widescreen?
This is widescreen. And I thought it looked really good because this was very cheaply made as well. Yeah. But I actually thought this was like a really, really good film.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a little slow, but it's not like Anthropophagus slow, I don't think.
No, it's not. Nothing's
But
that slow.
I can't think of a single scene in it why it was banned.
No, you're right.
I think it was the title
Yeah.
and their artwork that did it.
Yeah. I'll tell you what I'll read out what me thing is I've got of that one. Actually, Anthropophagus was 5.3 out of 10 on Internet Movie Database. Now, Axe is 4.8 out of 10. It's directed by Friedrich R. Friedel, 1974, 66 minutes. Wow. It's also known as California Axe Murders, Lisa Lisa, and the Virgin Slaughter. And it's got that, I was telling you about, the trailer, when it says on this, it says, Pretty Lisa took an axe, gave her captor 40 whacks. When she saw what she had done, she gave his partner 41.
41.
That's brilliant, isn't it? I like stuff like that.
But I think this is actually quite sad in parts. But the 3 kidnappers.
Yeah.
Do you remember the one with the curly hair who looks like Peter Sutcliffe?
Yes.
That's the director.
Ah, right. Yes. I've heard that I remember I was looking up what he'd done. I know he'd done that other film there. And it said he's an actor as well. And I'm pretty sure he had a part. Yeah, he did have a part in this. So I read that. So
Frederick Friedel, I think you said his name was, didn't you?
Uh-huh.
Yeah. Yeah, that's him. First thing I thought was like, oh, he looks like Peter Sutcliffe.
He did have a certain look at him. That's someone you don't want to look like, is it? There was a postman who used to look around at our place, was a ringer for him, Peter Sutcliffe. Honestly, the postman, Peter the Postman. Wow.
I think if you're going to get this film, though, I would go for that one because you get like you say, you get the soundtrack and you get the bonus film as well, which is actually a pretty good film.
Well, I remember when I was looking at it, I thought this is quite expensive, and I didn't realize I thought it was only 2 films. I didn't realize you had the soundtrack and that. So I thought, and I know that were you saying it's got a better print than that? That one's, it's not so bad. Don't get us wrong. I will keep it for the reason it's got that Harry Novak documentary with Harry Novak, aka the Sultan of Sexploitation, and also has rare and original film art postcards. Yes, and I think it has maybe trailers to his movies and some of the stuff he was involved with. Wow, they're crazy.
The special features on this for Axe is Bloody Brothers, confirmed from new transfer of hybrid feature with audio commentary by Stephen Thrower. That's Stephen Thrower who pronounces Lisa Lisa as Liza Liza.
Liza Liza, yes.
That's Stephen Thrower, who loves Jess Franco.
He does.
Axe and Kidnapped Co-ed, audio commentaries with the writer and director, blah, blah, blah. At Last Total Terror, the amazing true story of the making of Axe and Kidnapped Co-ed. Mouse Magic, the George Newman Show, and John Wilhelm's story, whatever that is.
Wow. Stephen
Thrower on Axe and Kidnapped and Co-ed, trailers, TV spots, and radio spots. So even the extras are different, are they, to yours?
Yeah, definitely. I don't think I got any extras on Axe at all. It's just the ones on the extra disc. But
I didn't realise at first either, but this one's a Severin.
Ah, right, Sammy. So maybe because Severin usually do a version of their movies, don't they? You don't usually get trash off them. Try to put. But
so what would you rate this one? Axe.
Well, to be honest, it's one of those. It's got a low Internet Movie Database one of 4.8. Is it? Yeah, 4.8. I would have to put that, for the fact I do really enjoy that movie, I'd have to give that a 7. Definite 7 for that.
I think I would give this probably a 5.5 because I can't. I think 5's too low and I think 6 is a bit too high. But yeah, for me, up to now, this is the best of the 3 that we've covered. Axe.
Really? So more you want to go for more? Like
if somebody give me them 3 and said you can watch one of these now, I'd go for Axe.
Yeah. Well, I would definitely go for Anthropophagus, as you know. But Axe is one of the ones that it's another one where everyone says it's absolute rubbish, but when you watch it, you think, I think it's decent. It's something happening all the time, isn't it? In the movie all the way through.
I think you've got to realise though is if you're gonna stick that on, and expect like Mel Gibson's Ransom or that one with what they call an Irish actor again who plays Schindler.
Liam Neeson.
What's that one he's in? Taken.
Yeah.
If you're going to expect something like that, you're going to hate it. You've got to think that like they had no money, really low budget, no major studios involved. You've got to like cheaply made like exploitation and stuff like that films, or you're not going to appreciate it. That's an exploitation film, but that's the type of thing you just don't expect it to be like some blockbuster.
Well, to be honest, when I'm looking at most of these movies are exploitation movies, aren't they? At heart. Yeah. You can say that for 90% of this stuff. There's not many on this list, especially, that you could consider ones that were made as some kind of, like really big project, which, none of them are really, are they? Especially the next one.
No. I'm so excited for the next one.
So, yeah, it's when you think about it, you think to yourself, what do you say about it? Well, we're going to have to talk about it, but yes, it's one of those things where when you see it, I think there's some really good movies in here. It's ones you can talk about as saying that they're very good and they're very like realized as well. And you think that some thought has went into this movie. I wouldn't say the next thing about this next one, but a couple of comments and then we'll get to the next one. Did I hear, Blue Iris says, did I hear a rumor that George Eastman married Laura Gemser? Well,
news to me if he did.
I haven't heard that one, but Laura Gemster is, she's quite famous, isn't she, for more or less revealing everything in every single movie she was ever in, I would say. Yeah. And I mean, to be honest, they've come together in movies. I would say they've definitely the paths have crossed. Although I can't remember seeing her in any of his movies.
No, I can't.
There was a movie that I'm sure he's in, but he wasn't involved in any of the scenes. And I'm trying to think of the title of it without coming out with the obvious title. And I'm sure it was a Joe D'Amato movie, and it's I think it's called Blue Holocaust. You ever seen that one?
No, I've heard of that one.
Island, and there's these sort of the zombie people who are like in like a tribe of zombies, kind of, and they go set about all these people. I'm sure Laura Gemser's in that movie. She might not be, but it gets pretty.
I think when I've seen her, she's mainly in like jungle, cannibal-y type of things, isn't she?
Yeah, she is, isn't she? Yeah,
like her was in The Golden Shot. What do they call her? There's another one very similar to it. She used to be the host in The Golden Shot with Bunkhouse, and she's in some of the cannibal ones.
Yes. Yes.
Is it Mai Lee? I don't know.
Oh, yes, of course, it's her, man. Mimi Lang.
That's her.
Yeah. She was in Deep River Savages.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Was she in Golden Shot?
Yeah, she was the was it The Golden Shot? I'm sure she was before.
Left a bit right.
I didn't know this. I read it and they said she did The Golden Shot before the other woman took over.
Wow.
Sure, it was there.
Mimi Lang, she's still around, apparently.
There's something to have a check when we're done, actually. I'm sure I read it.
That's a good bit of information, isn't it? That Mimi Lang was in Golden Shot.
I'm sure it was there. Wow.
So, should we go to the next one?
Yeah.
So the next one, after we've finished all the A's there, that's all it is in there, section 1. We're starting off with the B's now. And, well, actually, yes, because I'm looking at this one, but it's the other title. On the next one, it should be before this, but it's not that title we're going to go for. It is,
The Beast in Heat.
The Beast in Heat.
Which is an amazing film, all for the wrong reasons.
Yeah. Where do you start with this one? I'll tell you what it's about. Online, it says
it's about a man who chews pebs.
Yes. The Beast in Heat is a 3.7 on the Internet Movie Database. That's the lowest one we've got thus far. It's from 1977. It's 88 minutes long. It's directed by Luigi Batzella. It's also called SS Hell Camp: Horrifying Experiments of the SS Last Days and SS Experiment Camp 2. There you are. So actually, as a side note, you know the fella, the Beast in this?
Yeah.
He is also he's in The Grand Duel, which is a spaghetti western. He's in The 5 Days, which is that Dario Argento movie, which was like a sort of comedy that no one talks about, that he put out in the middle of all his giallos. Frankenstein's Castle of Freaks. Deep Red. Yeah, he's in Deep Red, wasn't he?
Deep Red, is he?
Yeah, he is, actually. Yeah.
Oh, I'll have to look for him next time I watch that.
Right. But he was hardly in it, but I do know he's got a little bit part in that. He was also in Salon Kitty. I remember in that Salon Kitty.
I've never seen that.
He was in Emmanuel in America with Laura Gemser. And he was in Private House of the SS and also Star Crash as well. Can you believe it?
There's only one other film I know him for.
What's that?
Island of Death.
Yes, Island of Death. Yeah, how could I forget that one?
He's equally as bad in that.
I know. So
I'm trying to figure out, can I cover them two pictures and show you a close-up of, this is like just before the Piebs. Look at that.
He's some bloke, mind. He is. And yeah.
He's got a face a dog wouldn't lick, hasn't he?
The horrific Italian exploitation. So this movie here, I was really surprised to see this because this is the hardest one to get on the VHS.
On VHS, it is. Yeah, this on VHS. If you get the original, this goes for a lot of money.
Yeah, it does, because it was.
Stick with this.
Yeah, actually, it doesn't look too bad on this one, does it? It's quite.
No, it's actually really good, and I must admit, I did enjoy this.
Yeah, so did I.
For the wrong reasons.
It's a comedy.
I found it highly amusing.
Yeah, comedy classic.
The acting, him, he's fantastic, and he doesn't mean to be.
No, you're right.
I love the noise he makes, the grunty.
Yeah,
he sounds like the Tasmanian devil.
He does. He doesn't say any words, does he? He's just noises. Yeah. Wow.
But if you want to see somebody chewing pubic hair, this is your one. And that's not a plot ruiner, but it's so funny.
Yes.
But then when he's doing it, you're like, you go.
Yeah. The thing is with this movie, the kind of, if you can say a premise, there's not really a premise to it, is it? Because the fact is that, I can't read what's on the back of there because it's so, I can't see it. But it's to do with the fact that this whole concentration camp thing, this woman, she decides to make this like a super race for the Nazis.
That's right, yeah.
It doesn't go too well, and she kind of makes this beast. Really, I don't know why she makes.
Isn't this there with like the long blonde hair?
Yeah.
I get well. Look, there's a few of this type. These like Nazi exploitation things in the list, and when you've seen like 3 of them or 4 of them in a short space of time, the sort of you can't remember which bit's in which.
That's her there. If I can get anything. No.
Yeah, that's her in the white coat. I can see it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She's got this. Well, yeah, you're right. She's got this. So it's hard to explain this movie to tell you what it is. It's
just so bad. It's good. You've got to watch it.
Yeah.
It is. I was absolutely urinating myself when I was watching this.
But it's like a comedy classic, really, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
The reason it was banned though, it was just probably the fact it was sort of violence against women, Nazi exploitation type of thing. But for me in this, I don't think there was anything particularly graphic like there is in some of them.
I've seen worse. I've seen a lot worse in these Nazi.
Definitely, yeah.
Maybe this. I just don't know why this. It had a bad reputation. That's one of these movies that had about. I mean, look at that picture there. How exploitation.
That looks nothing like him, really, does it?
No, not at all.
That's just like an ape.
Yeah, I know.
But I think that is supposed to be him.
It's a bit of a. It's stretching the bounds of information. That with the fact of what you actually.
That makes
see.
it look absolutely horrific. Will it really isn't?
Yeah, it's not. I mean, that's another one where I mean, the played a blinded in. They're putting that picture, and then you think, well, you're going to have to see that. Not that you would ever got a chance to get it in the video shop.
Another Severin one if you want to look for that.
I was surprised to see them actually come out.
I was.
Yeah.
What would you rate that one then?
Well, I would take it down to 5.5 because it's a comedy classic. I do like it. I could put that on and watch it any day of the week. It's not as if it's just the fact that it is pretty. It's not a hard slog at all.
No, not at all.
It's quite. It's a way. It's just me enjoying the fact that I would watch the other ones before that, but I think that it is. It's. I mean, what about the fact? Remember when they've got that classic scene where they're going past the driving. The crew are driving in the back of that lorry, and they're going past the front of the house, and you can see the whole lot of them, the shadows of them, on the back of the lorry, and they're doing.
I didn't notice.
Oh, it's in all the camera shots. That's in the shots. You see they go in front, they go behind the sun, and where they're shooting.
I think I was just that dumbfounded at what was going on. I didn't take notice of little things like that.
Oh, it's brilliant because they go to the headquarters, and it's that. It's just the whole thing superimposed because it's like broad sunlight behind them, and it's just such an obvious one where you think, why did they not cut that out? But obviously they just shot everything and chucked it in, didn't they?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think I was too busy laughing and cringing at the acting.
Yeah.
I think I would give this one probably the same as Axe, I think. 4.5.
Yeah.
Axe, because it's a good film. Sorry, 5.5 I give Axe, didn't I?
Yes.
I'm giving this 4.5 then.
4.5. But
this is 4.5, yeah, because it's garbage, but in a good way.
Yeah, it's a really bad film, but it's a funny film.
It's definitely rewatchable.
Oh yes, you can get a lot of funny. It's good when you put it with the mates on. You just say, "Oh, look at this! Look how bad this movie is." Remember when I watched it with John Hall? That's the first time I watched it. And I just thought, I can't believe what I'm watching here.
Get like 4 or 5 years and get the beer, and that would be you're in for a damn good night. I think
definitely one of those movies where it's best watched with a friend and just say,
definitely.
But it's not one that you want to show at the family, though, is it?
No,
because
kiddies wouldn't enjoy it.
They would think there's definitely something the matter with you if you got that. But could you ever see it getting released in the UK uncut? Because all of these ones here, thus far, you can get in the UK uncut, fully uncut. Do you think this one would ever get through fully uncut?
Nah.
No, I don't think so.
Having said that, I didn't think SS Experiment Cam would, but it did. And when I saw that, it was when I bought it. I'd never seen it on video, and that was nowhere near as bad as what I was expecting. I think it's the whole Nazi thing mixed in with the violence against women. I think that's why they don't get past.
Yeah, I think this one's definitely more exploitation. It's probably the most exploitational one of the whole lot. I think. So that the Ilsa films are pretty bad, but they weren't released in the UK, were they?
No.
So they would have been on the list. I know that much. Have you seen the Ilsa films?
No, never.
Oh, really? I think Ilsa's worse than this one. This one's I think this is like a bit of a copy of the Ilsa films, if I'm honest. I don't
think Ilsa's got a release over here either, has it?
No, I don't think it could ever get a release. It's a decent film. The first one's a good one. The rest of them are a bit rubbish. I think that the Wicked Warden got a release in the UK, but it was cut badly, actually. It was on DVD. It was by 88, I think, released on DVD years ago.
Oh.
And then, because I got it and I thought, oh, this will be good. Because I know I'd seen it, but I thought I'll have to look at it, not knowing it would be cut, and then it's cut. And I thought, right, I'll get rid of that one then, unfortunately. So the Beast in Heat. Wow. So we'll get a few more comments.
Yep.
Craig Steelyard says, good evening, gents. What are your thoughts on some of the UK releases of Video Nasties that kept some of the awful animal scenes in, like Man from Deep River and Inferno. The monkey scene is shocking. What's your thoughts on that, Nige?
I've never seen any of the English releases because when I know it's stuff like that, I always tend to go for the American ones because I know they're going to be uncut.
Yeah.
I'm not saying I get the uncut ones because I like seeing the animal cruelty. Far from it. I hate seeing it. But when something's been banned, you want to see how it was made and you want to see how it was meant to be seen.
Mm-hmm.
And I think when you get the UK one with things like that, you never know whether you're getting the full thing or not. I've watched some of them and they've made me feel physically sick.
Yeah.
I think, though, to be honest, with watching Cannibal Holocaust a few times, I think it's added my stomach to some gore in some respect as well.
Well, do you think the Cannibal Holocaust has...
For me, animal cruelty should never, ever have been a part of it.
It's weird how that was a thing for a certain at the time, wasn't it? It wasn't really that much of a problem for that country. And you thought, what?
It's not entertainment, that. It's awful to watch.
Mm-hmm. I'm glad it's not a thing anymore.
I am.
Yeah. Yeah.
The worst thing I will ever see for me, though, is the turtle in Cannibal Holocaust. It's awful.
Yeah. No, I agree. It's
absolutely awful.
I think it's so unnecessary.
Yeah.
And so long as
you might think when we talk about this, though, you might get some people think, well, it's only a turtle. Yeah, but we're talking about this massive thing that was probably like 80, 90 years old or something.
Yeah.
And what they do to it is, it's an even better thinking about. It's horrible.
No, it is.
Not easy to watch.
So have you seen The Man from Deep River before?
I think I've got it. What's another title for it? Is it
Deep
Sacrifice?
Deep River Savages?
I do have it, but I can't remember which one it is. It's one of two, because the one I've got them, they're not called that.
All right. That's the only one I know it's called. The two that I know. It probably has got another 3,000 titles. They all have.
What's something that I would know part of the story? Can you remember?
Well, Mimi Lang's in it again. And who's it? Ivan Razumov?
Yeah.
Is the guy, and the pair of them have a sort of like romance, basically.
Is that the one in the village where it's like a sort of a cult?
Yes. And they've got him with his head in a sort of cage. And they're spitting darts at him and stuff.
I think I've got that one. I'll tell you. I think I've got that one under Sacrifice.
All right.
Yet scarily enough, that's not a section 1. Yeah, Deep River Savages, I've got it as Sacrifice. It's awful. That should have been on the section 1.
Do you mean awful as a movie or awful as...
No, just the animal scenes. Apart from that, it's actually a pretty good film, actually.
I think it's a brilliant film.
Yeah, the acting's not bad or anything. It's just...
It's better to be utter trash, but... No, I thought...
They just have to resort to that, don't they? And there's no need for it.
Yeah, well, the thing was, when I checked out the 88 films version of Man from Deep River, or Deep River Savages, I think it's called at that point, it was one of those ones where they said they're going to have to cut bits out of it. So I thought, well, fair enough. That's one of them things. I have got an uncut version of it. And I thought, well, yeah, it is what it is, and I don't mind that. But they left quite a lot of stuff in. But I have heard that the things they left in weren't real, but the monkey scene looked 100% real to me. And I thought, wow. And there is some other ones. There's definitely, I think there's a goat getting a stroke cut as well, which is awful. And that's still in it. So I do think that they left in quite a lot more than I thought. I would have liked to just take the animal stuff out. Then if you're going to take it out, just take it out and don't keep any of it in. So they left a few little bits in, which I thought was quite shocking, actually, when you're not expecting them. I don't know I know there's something in Inferno that's animal cruelty. I'm not trying to think what it is. Is it something that gets...
Isn't it a cat killing a mouse or something?
I think it's something like that, isn't it? Yeah.
See, that's two animals. That's not as bad, because that happens anyway.
Yeah. They used to have quite a few fights in the movies, didn't it? The two animals fight to the death. And
I know I'm saying it's only a cat and a mouse, and that doesn't mean to say that, like, I want to watch it. It's nice to see, but it certainly doesn't upset your stomach as much as what they do to that turtle.
Yeah, no, I agree. But it's funny because I think that's what they're trying to do, I think, these days is to try and get the fullest version out as possible. I would love them to do a version, if they did things like that, they would do like the clean version where they did on the Grindhouse releasing, where they take all the animal stuff out. So you've got the two options to watch it.
With or without, yeah.
Yeah, I do think I've watched them enough to know exactly what's in them. I don't need to watch them again. It's not something I would like to re-watch, even though I do think Cannibal Holocaust itself is a good movie.
Yeah, I do.
St. Jin says Bronx Warriors is trash. No pun intended. Because the main character is called Trash. That's a good one. I quite like it, actually. Sai says George Eastman is one of the gang leaders in Bronx Warriors. Yes, I thought he was. Here's a good part, actually. The Monkey. What is your favourite vampire? To Noz, what is your favourite vampire film? And what film, in your opinion, is the worst vampire film? Noz says, my favourite vampire is Nosferatu. My least is the remake of Fright Night. I'd agree with that.
Were they asking us or were they asking each other?
I think they were just asking each other. Would you agree with that? I love Nosferatu. I really do.
My favourite vampire film's Fright Night, the original.
Great, isn't it?
I've also just recently, I haven't watched it yet, but I've got John Carpenter's Vampires, which is amazing as well.
I haven't seen it for a long time. I need it. Is that the Indicator one?
No, it's Scream Factory.
Oh, right.
But, one that I thought I loved years ago, and I rewatched it, and I thought, God, what a load of crap was The Lost Boys. Don't get it.
Really? I'm on the fence with The Lost Boys. I did like it, then I kind of didn't like it. Now I'm in the camp of thinking, do I like it or not? I'm going to have to watch it again. I've got it. But I need to get into it again to see if I do like it or not.
That's what I did now. Just for some reason, I used to like it years ago. I had it on video, I think.
Yeah.
And then somebody lent us the Blu-ray, and I watched it. I was like, "What the hell was I thinking? That was crap."
I definitely didn't. There was something when I watched it, I definitely didn't get out as much as I did the first time round. I know that much. So, but I do like Corey Feldman and Corey Haim. I do like them too.
I like them too. Yeah.
Yeah. So for me, that's why I want to give another shot, because there's not that much. All the movies they did, they're really hard to get a hold of, which is a bit of a shocker, actually. Like License to Drive and stuff like that. I would like to think you just want to shop and get them, but you can't.
Maybe I might give it another go. I don't know. Depends. But the remake of Fright Night, I love that as well. Not nowhere near as good as the original, but I thought it was a great remake.
Really? Is that the one with Doctor Who in it?
Yeah, and Chris Sarandon, who plays Jerry Dandridge in the original, he has a little cameo.
Does he? He's not the same character, though, is he?
No.
Right.
I've got it in 3D. It looks great in 3D, in here, but when I've seen the pictures on 3D, there must have been something wrong with it, because I put the glasses on, I was watching this, and it looked like the image was going into the screen instead of out.
Oh, wow.
Got a headache. Anyway, I went to the counter and I said, look, there's something wrong with these glasses, so they gave me another pair. Well, again, it was exactly the same, so it must have been the film. When I bought the Blu-ray, it was amazing.
Did he have the glasses on back to front?
I tried them back to front to see if it would work, and it wouldn't. It was less painful, though, actually, back to front. Don't know what it was. It must have been the projectors lined up or something.
3D, not 3D, minus 3D.
You're
like the other
negative
way
3D.
Yeah, that would be quite good, isn't it? To see one that's like you kind of in the picture, you kind of disappear in the picture and it doesn't come out with you.
Good evening.
Good evening, Cheekster. Good evening, John and Rockgod, he says. The Monkey says to Noz, agreed, I hate the remake of Fright Night.
They're just talking amongst themselves about vampires.
After hanging with Colin Farrell's character and has got his love interest pregnant with the vampire's children. I don't think I'll ever watch that, if I'm honest. We've got Pete here, Playtendo guy. Evening, guys. Hope you're well. Great to see you live again. No problem, Pete. I enjoyed the last stream you had, and I watched it all. Actually, I thought it was very, very good, very entertaining. So what I'm going to do is this. At this point, I'm going to try and navigate through the things. People can talk themselves, but I'm going to try and get through the ones, because we're going to try and get through these comments. I say that every time. It's really hard to do, but we've still got a stack here to get through. So read a few more comments, and then we'll take it to the next one. So the next one I've got is well, we'll not give it away, but yeah. I'm trying to think which one I've got it, which one it would be under to have it under the. Yeah, it is. It does come after this one, but anyway. So Craig says, how would you rank the Italian cannibal films if you had to do a top 5? Well, I
know what my number 1 would be. What I like, my number 1 would be Cannibal Ferox, and my number 2 would be Cannibal Holocaust. The reason I like Cannibal Ferox better than Holocaust is the animal deaths aren't quite as bad. Don't get me wrong, they are bad, but they're not quite as bad. I mean, that really disturbed me when I saw Holocaust.
Yeah,
but I don't know. It was like, take that away from me. I thought Cannibal Ferox was more like an adventure more than, and it was like less serious.
Yeah, it is. It's not serious at all, is it?
No, but Cannibal Holocaust, it's brutal, it's upsetting, it's disturbing.
I think Cannibal Holocaust had more of an actual story to it. It was trying to say something. Yeah. But
after that, I'm struggling to think of like the others. What are the others? I would probably, it would have to be the one we've just been talking about, that I've got to sacrifice as a Deep River Savages.
Yeah.
And then after that, I'm going to say Eaten Alive.
Oh, yeah.
I don't think I've seen any more yet. Or if I have, I can't remember.
Have you seen Mountain of the Cannibal God?
No. That's on my list to get, but that's got, I think there's Mountain, Slave, and something else of the Cannibal God. It's got 3 different titles, all ending in of the Cannibal God.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, it's a funny one. That it's got. It's quite. But
that's the Stacey Keach one, isn't it?
That's it. And what's your call again?
Sula Andress.
That's the one. Hey, she does some stuff, man, in that film where she's flinging herself all around the rabbits and stuff. You think, what? She's taking some chances. Really is, actually. You think, you can tell it's not a stunt woman. I'm quite.
Did they know about the animal bits?
But they're not near when the animals are there. And I'm pretty sure.
I was going to say, I'm surprised to see 2 famous actors in a film like that, knowing what it is, like what's in it.
I think she was more in the scenes where they might have been inserted, but there's some bad stuff going on in all of the bits that they're around. But I don't think they're physically when it's
they weren't there to see her out.
Maybe there's one scene where she is kind of in this vicinity where it could have been happening. If it's shot the way I think it's shot. But I don't think they would endorse it. I don't think that Sula Andress would be that type of person. I think she would probably be an animal rights person if you had to come down on something.
There's another one I haven't seen, which is the same bloke who did Cannibal Holocaust, called Last Cannibal World.
Yeah.
I've not seen that yet either.
That's, if that's the one I'm thinking of, it's called also...
Is that the one just called Cannibal or Cannibals, or is that something different?
It was the one that they made before Cannibal Holocaust, I believe. Yeah. From 1977. It
was an early one, that one.
It's pretty bad, man. It's got the same bloke in as Cannibal Holocaust. George, what's he called? Furman? It's not Furman. What's he called again?
Not him who used to be an adult actor.
Yes, Robert Furman.
Robert Furman or something. Yeah.
Yeah, he's died now.
Oh, God, for saying he didn't agree with the animal cruelty, he was there for plenty of it.
I know. I was friends with him on Facebook once. He was kind of a person on Facebook, and he could actually talk to him. But he was quite a decent bloke, actually. But he was really ill health for all the time.
He's dead now, isn't he? He died a couple of years ago.
Yeah, that's right. I think they put a thing on his. That's how I found out his Facebook thing. And I think he didn't have anybody around him, type of thing. I think it's people who just sort of happened by his Facebook. I don't think he had any family. That's the way it come across anyway.
Quite sad, really.
It is really, isn't it? I would say my top 5 would be Cannibal Holocaust, Cannibal Ferox, Man from Deep River. 4th one would be that's probably that the last Cannibal World, Ultimo Mondo Cannibal, and then I would put in, and it's not a cannibal film. Actually, I'll put that in. Well, can you put Cannibal Man in? You can't really, can you?
No, there's no cannibalism in it.
No.
I would have put that pretty high, probably, if I could.
I would have put that very high.
Yeah.
So I'm not going to put that one in. And I'm going to put the last one in as Mountain of Cannibal God, but it's the animal stuff in there is really bad. It's not nice at all. It's obviously not nice at all, but it's awful.
What? Mountain of the Cannibal God?
Yeah, there's a lot in it. Plus, it's
really.
Yes, it's got that one, which is my worst one, which is where the bloke eats the crab like a sandwich, a live crab.
Oh.
Face first, if they've got faces. Wow. There you go. So that is Korashia, who is now going under a Chinese name. I think it's a Chinese name. I think I'll rewatch a few video nasties. I've only seen once in October. Yeah, I would. Why not? This is what it's about. We have a blast with these movies. It's not as if we say, look at these, we're here.
Oh, he's gone. Don't know if you, Renee, maybe you froze. Should do tap dance. Oh, come on. He's left me all on me, Todd. Oh, hey, he's back.
Hey, guess what? You know
what?
when you plug your laptop in and you don't switch it on, that happens. I'm sitting there going, well, I plugged my thing in, but I hadn't switched the plug on ever. So my laptop went off and now it's charging, so I'm all right. Wow. Well, that's never happened before, has it?
No.
So how you been, Nigel? You been all right since?
Yeah, I was doing a little dance and everything, waiting for you.
Yeah. I'm glad you kept everyone entertained then. So, wow. Well, can you believe that, Deborah?
What?
I went off because I didn't have my thing plugged in.
Her matron.
She's, you're looking as if that's something I do very often. I don't do that often at all. I'll tell you what, though, what I do need to do now is I need to go to the toilet. I know I should have went there when I was trying to switch my PC on. But if you don't mind, I'll nip the toilet and then we'll come back with the next title, if that's all right with you. Right. So I'll put a comment on here for you if you want to answer what this comment says. If I can get where's my cursor gone? I have one pot here, like, find where the comments are. See, I'm all over the place, the comments now. Gee, what a mess.
Is it still going on?
No, it's on now. I'll just put this one on. Yeah, there you go.
There we go. Right.
I'll just leave you with that one. I think I've lost a lot of comments actually since I've been off. But I'll talk in a second.
Evil Dead was slightly cut back in '83, heavily cut on its re-release in 1990. Yeah, it certainly was. And now it's fully uncut. So there you go. I thought it was. This is twice he's left me, so how you doing?
Yeah. When you come through there, you can't see the floor. Right then, here we go. Now I think what happened here when I switched my computer off and I went back on, I've lost it where the comments are completely. So I apologise if I've lost any comments on here, but I'm kind of all over the place on there. I try and get down to where I was if I can. But it's hey, honestly, I think my phone there we are. Yes, I was on it. So Mark Stewart says, hello, John. Hello, Mark. Are you all right? I hope you, when you've come on, you haven't thought, look at what on earth's happening here. We'll have to put this in the outtake reel.
Where's me ladders?
That was definitely a where's me ladders moment, wasn't it? So the monkey says, speaking of 3D films, I was disappointed that The Lost Boys, when coming to 4K in October, is not being released in 3D. I didn't know it was ever a 3D movie, did you?
I didn't think it was.
No.
In fact, I'm pretty certain it never was.
Maybe there was a 3D, but it wouldn't be a proper 3D, would it? Because it's maybe a 3D, what they call it when they do it after the movie. Because it did that with a few movies, didn't it? They made them 3D, but they weren't really 3D at the time.
Yeah.
Like Phantom Menace. I think they did, and it flopped. Cora says, I always try to watch one horror movie each day during October. This stream has inspired me to focus on the video Nasties this year as well. That's good.
Jolly good.
It's a good idea, that, isn't it? To see if you can watch a video nasty every day for October. If you've got them, by all means, because there's plenty of them. And you can have a varied amount, can't you? You can have a varied time. It's not as if you're watching slashers or you're watching, chuck a couple of them in the mix.
Yeah.
That'll keep you going. Wow. And Naz says, in the box of the band DVD, Evil Dead is the version that Sam altered certain scenes and effects to his liking. Yes, he did, didn't he? He didn't like the thing when it broke through the window. I'm sure he changed that. You know, the branch.
Now, I've got that box set, but I've never watched the Evil Dead in it. Because I just thought it was that really heavily cut one, so I didn't bother.
I know on the latest one you've got, there's a bit where you did see like weird bits where you could see the camera crew, or you could see him when he was supposed to see him. They've all been taken out digitally. They're all gone now. He's went and done a bit of a George Lucas on them. So Trev says my steelbook copy of the Evil Dead has a very graphic tree scene in it. Yes.
Yeah, I think they're all uncut now.
Yeah, I'd be very surprised if they weren't. So we'll have one more comment, and then we'll go back into here. Mark Chat says, watching 2019 after the fall of New York. Who was in it? Big Bad Georgie Smith.
Big Bad Georgie Smith.
I know he was in someone else like this thing. Yes, he was in that one. He's an ape man. Yes, he is. Who wants to impregnate the last fertile woman in the world? Those crazy Italians. Yeah, that was the premise of that movie. Have you seen that movie?
No, what a storyline.
Oh, it's a classic. He is the last man on Earth the last fertile man, this fella, not George Eastman. And George Eastman's thinking, well, he's like the king of these ape men things, and he tries to, muscle in, and then obviously this other fella's trying to, it's nuts. But it's a great film, actually. It looks quite good, actually. It's on 88 films.
Should have got him in on the job.
I know. Imagine that if he was the
Yeah. It's got to be seen to believe, doesn't it?
But that is him. That's one just joke, and that is it, isn't it?
That's the noise he makes, yeah.
I know.
And then gets the piems, but he's looking right into the camera as well. Jesus, man, get away!
I know. It's that's probably the nastiest bit of the film, his face. So the next film we've got here,
the next one
is, I think it'll be what you've got as well. Is it The Bay of Blood?
It is.
Yeah. Bloodbath.
But the video nasty title and cover was that. It was called Bloodbath.
Yeah, I knew that's why it was after this one.
Which is why it follows Beast in Heat. But it's exactly the same set that you've got. It's just that it's one of these where you get, I think it's 4, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah, the 4 things.
They give you 4 options of artwork. Yeah, that one.
Tops. Yeah.
But I like that one the best of the lot.
Yeah, actually, it's funny because I know I have put this in this way, which is, I don't like this cover. Actually, I will have to swap it around. I don't like it because
I think it's also known as Carnage, isn't it?
Carnage, yeah. On the trailer on here, it's called Carnage.
Yeah, it's Carnage on the trailer. I thought it was this one.
Actually, I'll say what it's got in here. It's 6.5 out of 10, mind. I've got it down as A Bay of Blood, 1971, Mario Bava, 84 minutes. Either Bloodbath, that's the title of the band title, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Bloodbath, Stroke the Bay of Death, Massacre at Blood Lake, Twitch of the Death Nerve. That's a great title.
That's the other one.
Yeah, it's brilliant, isn't it? The Last House on the Left, Part 2. Yeah.
It's nothing like that.
Listen to this one. Snuff is My Game. Yeah. Why? Or Ecology of a Crime or Carnage. Or Chain Reaction.
Never heard of that one.
No. There you go. Them are some weird titles, aren't they? And the
I did find this as well. Didn't realise I actually had this, but I've got it on DVD as well.
All right.
Under A Bay of Blood.
Uh-huh.
And I've looked and it's the same running time.
Yeah.
But I no longer need this, so I would say if anybody wants it, but then I'd get bombarded. So I'll ask you later on what to do with it. I'm sure you've got a few suggestions.
You might. I'll tell you what. You can give it to him.
You go on. I can't remember much about this. I do remember a big ginger lass in it.
Yes. I think
I do remember the gore being pretty good.
Yeah.
And I also remember it being rather slow. Or was that because I was prattling about on my phone as well? So I can't fairly score this one. From memory, I'm going to give it a 4.5, but I can't think of the storyline.
Well, actually, I would give it a 6.5, which has gotten this one here. Now, what they say it is basically Friday the 13th copied this film.
Nothing like it to me.
Well, I know it's not, but do you think the sort of theory of this movie where they're in a sort of lake setting and there's a killer in there and they don't know who the killer is and you're having to try and find out who it is?
I'd actually forgot about the lake, so maybe that's where they've got it from.
Big lake, isn't it? And they're all sort of getting killed around this lake. It's not a camp or anything. There's a lot of people there. In fact, it's this, like, I'm going to say this house, and everyone sort of frequents this house. But one by one, they're all getting killed off in quite graphic ways. And you're thinking, it's him or it's her or it's this. And you're sort of getting, it's a bit of a giallo as well. And I do, when I watch it, I can see how they do talk about the the Friday the 13th, if you forget it's kids, it's got that bit of a flavour about it. The original Friday the 13th, not any of the other ones. So I can see them saying that. And for 1971, it was a pretty gory film.
71, I didn't realise it was that old.
Yeah. And I think it's Mario Bava's first really gory film.
I think I'll probably, if I don't get to watch this tonight, I might watch this tomorrow, actually. I'm long overdue anyway. By tomorrow, I might rate it higher.
Yeah, it's. I would say, I mean, obviously go into these with open mind, but I would honestly say that this one is, it's. If you think about this as sort of, if you're going into this one blind at all, if you haven't seen this at all, I would say think of it as a kind of a Friday the 13th-esque movie with a lot of kills in it by somebody, and you're trying to find out in the movie who it is, and yeah. So can't really go into anything more than that, because if you do, you would, once you know that sort of twist, you would just go, oh, it'd be no pointless watching it. But it's quite good. I think it's quite good. And it's also got, I think it might have the girl in it, possibly, who she seems to be in everything. She was in Deep Red, and she was, you know, the young lass in Deep Red with the sort of ginger hair. Remember, she's the one.
I think who it is. I can't.
It's like a little. There's this little creature. Is it like a little, what they're called again? And she puts a pin through it in Deep Red.
Oh yeah, I remember that bit.
Yeah. Well, I think she's in this one, but she's in loads of films. And if I'm right in thinking, I might be completely wrong about this, but I think I'm right. I think she's, you know, Demons. You know, when the girl with the long hair who shows them all in.
Yeah.
That's her. That's her grown up.
Right.
Think. So there you go.
I'll watch when I watch Demons as well. Then
I could be.
I like the packaging in these. Do you?
Yeah, the white boxes. Yeah,
I like the ones like that with the hard cases better, but I don't know. There was just something about these.
Yeah, the white boxes were good.
Yeah, and you still get the poster and stuff and the different artwork.
Oh, it was jam packed and it was quite cheap as well, wasn't it? They were only about 15, 16 quid.
I just think it's a very, very nice touch.
Yes,
like I was telling you earlier, wasn't it? I found a couple of these that I've got. Didn't even know I had them. I don't know where they've come from. I've obviously bought them at some point.
Yeah.
Can't for the life of me remember. In fact, one of them, I've bought the regular release as well because I didn't think I had it.
All right. So you've got.
How's that for a bugger?
But this is, I know, this is, I think you can still get this one. I don't think this is run out of print, if I'm honest.
Not that edition you can, but I think you can still get it on Blu-ray.
This one, yeah, but I think you can get the, it has got 2 cuts of the movie on this, believe it or not.
Oh, has this? I'll have to look for that. I know.
It says it's got 2 cuts with slightly different running times. That's what I've got down.
There's a minute difference.
Yeah, don't know what that would be. We have to watch
84 and 85. Don't know what the extra minute would be.
No. Sometimes I tell you about these things online, and other times I just don't tell you at all. You've got to kind of guess or watch the 2 films back to back to find out for a minute.
I think what I'll do is when I've watched this, if I think on, I'll tell you what my rating is in part 2. Because I watched it by then.
Yeah,
you could definitely do far worse than this one though.
Yeah, no, it's a decent movie. I think as well.
Yeah,
it goes off the fact that Mario Bava is a bit like Dario Argento. He's a good director. So who released that one?
Boulevard Entertainment. I think this was just like a cheap one. There's nothing in it. It's one of them, just a plain white disc, no inlay, tight gits, nothing. And then they say, no, this is how it's done.
Yeah, I know. When you get something like that, you know that's the one, isn't it?
Yeah,
yeah. And I could imagine this maybe even thought about in 4K. Maybe you never know. It could be one of those ones that could come out.
I think it will.
Do you think?
Yeah, because I don't think that's been re-released for a long time.
No, you're talking. These ones came out in about between 2010 and 2012. I don't think they come out after that. Maybe 2013, pushing it, and then they stopped them, didn't they? Because they were too hard to make. They were just they were getting loads of problems with them, and they just said that the cost of making them was just daft. Because
there's one I don't have of them, and I wished I had it, and it's the Funhouse.
The Funhouse, I've got that.
I thought I had it, and I don't. I've got the film, but I don't have that window
version.
edition. I'd like that.
I like the Funhouse. I think that's coming out.
I think that's coming out on 4K.
Yeah, I know that's. I think I'll get that one. I saw the pictures a couple of times. I loved it back in the day. Couldn't understand why that one got banned. Mind the Funhouse.
No, I've actually pre-ordered that one because I know that when you pre-order with Amazon, they don't take the money straight away. I think I've got about 5 or 6 things pre-ordered. I think right, I'll have to make sure the money's in for that one when it comes out.
Yeah, if they all got come out the same day, you'd be like, "Whoa, this is it."
No,
they're done for. So this one here, why do you think this is on the list? Because I don't think there's any particular scenes in this that I would say were bad. Do you think it's just the amount of killings and the fact that it was implements that were used all the time?
I honestly think initially they've looked at that.
Well, yeah.
And they've thought, what the hell?
Uh-huh.
And then they've took it and they've just took every murder scene in it and thought, nah, there's nothing offensive in it at all.
I don't think so. Except, when you think about when you break it down, we know the first murder, which isn't going to be a spoiler if you say that it's a woman in a wheelchair getting hung. When you I
can't even remember it.
Yeah, you think it's funny how we're saying these things aren't offensive, and then when you break it down to say a woman in a wheelchair, an old woman got hung, you think, right, okay, that if you just said that out loud in 1983, where it says, right, ban that one. I'm just thinking when you're saying it, it's not graphic or anything, but it's just the thought, isn't it, of that?
I think I can remember that happening, but I don't think it quite looks like that.
No.
But I do remember the knife and what it's doing.
And I remember that
makes it look 10 times more horrific, to be honest.
Yeah, and that octopus thing as well. That was grotesque. They don't like octopuses, slimy things.
Was there octopus in it?
Yeah, because there's a fisherman in it, and he caught one in his boat. And I think what they do is they look in the boat, and then there's a head in the middle of all that. It's like sliming over a head.
There's the woman hanging in the wheelchair.
Yeah. So
never noticed that before.
It's a good part. It's quite well done.
It's definitely far worse than this. This is a pretty good one. I remember it being.
Yeah, it's well done as well. I think that's why it's got a high rating. Plus, as well as Mario Bava, so he's.
I think that's why I want to watch it again as well, because I'm saying it was slow, but then that could be just me prattling about my phone. I need to sit and watch it and not bother with the phone.
I think it does. It does take slow parts in the middle. I think it does sort of slow down.
Most of them do, though, don't they?
Yeah, and it could be a little bit shorter, but in essence, I think it's a great film. I think I always got a soft spot for Mario Bava anyway. I think everything I watched of his stuff is always good.
I think that one, Bloodbath or Bare Blood, I think that's probably one of the ones that looks a little bit more like your normal just run-of-the-mill film, like run-of-the-mill horror film. Nothing. It's not. I can't understand it getting banned. It was not that offensive at all.
No, it wasn't offensive. No, I don't find it. There's not, because we're saying about the other things. We can say, well, that scene was that scene, that scene. There's no that scene in that movie is there for me. It's just
no.
Probably the.
I bet Mary Whitehouse loved them. She'll have been the one. She'll have watched that. Oh, what a great film! But Nasties, ban those Nasties. Oh, bag.
Yeah, but then again, if it hadn't been for her, maybe we wouldn't have had this thing. Maybe we wouldn't be sitting here now. We've got to thank Mary for that.
No, exactly. Yeah.
Yes.
I think we said it before. She did us a favour, but we just didn't realise it at the time.
Yeah, we didn't realise it for another 30 years. Wow. So I'll get back to comments then. Let's see where I am at. Movie Boss says, I've been fascinated by the Video Nasty era. Which Video Nasty is your favourite Video Nasty?
That depends. Do you mean that with just section 1, or if you mean all of them all together?
Well, let's go for, at the moment, it's funny, I don't know if you're the same, Nige, but I can change my mind on them quite a lot. So I can say at the moment it might be Anthropophagus might be my favourite one, and then it might swap on the section 1 list, and same as section 2, maybe in the whole lot. So at the moment, what would you say is your favourite Video Nasty? What comes to mind
from section 1?
We'll go section 1.
I'm gonna say I know what's in my head, but I'm just quickly having a little peep in case there's something I forgot. You probably know what I'm going to say, actually.
I think I do.
Yeah, mine's The Burning.
Brilliant fun, that.
Amazing film. I love it.
Yeah. No, it is. It's one of the best. It is, definitely. And mine is obviously going to be Zombie.
Yeah, I knew you were going to say that. I know you love that.
It's
Don't get me wrong. I think it's a great film. I do. I really do. It's,
to be honest,
it's just...
saying, it changes. Mine will never change from Zombie. There's a few.
I don't think it will, no, for you. To be honest, I think out of these, I don't think mine will. For my favourites, I think it's going to be The Burning. The Burning might actually be my favourite one out of all of them. But then again, The Evil Dead and The Thing. I know. Yeah, The Thing was on section 3.
Got some belters.
So I don't know. I think it's probably, if it's out of all of them, mine is probably going to be out of The Burning and Evil Dead.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I've got mine's Zombie, but there's a load in there that I rate. In fact, I think I rate more of them than I don't rate, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
I think of these movies here, I can pick out a few.
It's amazing, isn't it? Once you start delving, how many there is.
There is, and some of them you forget. I mean,
Prowler.
When I had my first look through them, and I realised that The Thing was actually in section 3, I was like, "What?" And I was going, "Oh, I think I remember that," but you just forget, don't you?
Yeah.
So the chorus says, "Rockgod2004, Nige, seems like such a nice guy."
I am.
He is
dead nice.
I
swear a lot, but I'm not. I'm
not
horrible. I don't think.
No, you're.
I'm not one of these people, Laura, who will go around and go, "I'm a nice person."
No,
I don't do that. But
no, you're good, and you know your stuff. And that's the main thing. You know, you've got the knowledge, and I think that's when we're talking about doing the stream before, maybe the month or two before this, we were so surprised at how much similarities we had, not only in movies, just in everything.
Music,
music, and the band, sense of humor, the whole lot. So for me, it was kind of, well, we always knew it was going to happen, but it was a knocking bet that this was going to happen with us too. And it's great that we got to know each other before we did this, I find. And I think that's how this stream is feeling. It's because we talk after this stream, we'll talk. Before the next stream, we'll talk. And then maybe we just talk anyway. So we'll spend quite a bit of time talking anyway. So it's not as if we're...
Hence why we have sore throats.
That's right. Yeah, that's why we can't speak.
Because we're both gobshites, really.
So Nas says Neverending Story would be fantastic. I think we're talking about 3Ds there. Yeah, I think 3Ds are kind of things that... speaking of 3Ds, there is a 3D video nasty.
I know, I've got it.
Yeah.
One word?
No. Well, 3.
Oh, well, I've got one with just one word on section 3, I think it is. And I've got it in 3D. And I didn't know it was on. When I seen it, I was like, "You are joking."
You'll have to tell us what that is.
Parasite.
Parasite. Yes.
Demi Moore's in it.
Yes, you're right. God, Parasite. I remember the VHS cover with the Parasite on it.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you can get that.
And I think I remember the stripes, so it must have been like, I think it was Entertainment in Video.
Probably, yes. On the outside.
What's the one you know? I think of it. I know one you mean. I've got them both in 3D. Flesh for Frankenstein.
Yeah, Flesh for Frankenstein.
Oh, I forgot about that.
So it's Flesh for Frankenstein on the section 1 or 2?
1.
It's 1. I thought.
Yeah. Yet the Dracula one isn't even on the list.
Yes, I know. And to me, there's
that's gory.
Yeah, it is. Actually, I was just thinking that. I mean, the gore at the end is so laughable in it. I mean, they're laughable in both the movies, if I'm honest. But the things he gets up to with that whole, you know, the whole scene in Blood for Dracula where he's in the tavern with.
Yeah.
Well, it's not. He's not there. It's the actual manservant, isn't he? When he's having that betting game with with what's he
The
called?
way Roman Polanski's there.
Yes, when they're having that, I bet you can't do what I can do.
Yeah.
That game. My God. What did they even think of when they were doing that? You
I don't
can't
know.
do what you can do.
When they did, I'm like, are you sure you're not in a bloody nursery, not a pub?
And then some girl gets killed outside. So he goes out with a loaf of bread and dips the bread into the blood and gives it the count, doesn't he?
Yeah.
And then, remember he's doing that thing? He's a bit like the Beast in Heat when he's got that blood-soaked bread on the bed. You've got to admit there's some really classic scenes in these movies.
Oh, God,
isn't
yeah.
Wow. So we've got people talking about the 3D stuff in here. And Blue Iris says, I have Axe, but still haven't watched it yet. I do urge you.
You must.
Yes. Just
I personally think if you've got it and you haven't watched it, you're missing out.
Yeah. It's one that, you see, that's the problem. I think sometimes you can get these movies and you know that people say they're all awful. And they might not be people who are particularly into these type of movies, and they might just say rubbish. And I could see why some people would say that. But if you're into this type of thing, well, we both can tell you this, it's well worth a watch. Yeah. And I think that's, for me, that I wonder what version you've got, actually.
Of which?
Of Axe, you know. Is it the one that you've got or one I've got?
Oh, the one, what he's got.
Yeah, I'm gonna get that one, actually. I've been looking a couple of times. I just didn't know why it was that much money. But if you've got that much stuff in it, then it's worth it.
It's definitely worth it. I mean, I'll be honest, I've never played the soundtrack, but I've watched both films and I really enjoyed both films. The second one, it's not, well, I don't think either of them are horror, to be honest.
No, not really.
That cover says otherwise with a dirty great big axe on, but
yeah, I mean,
it's more like a sort of a violent drama than a horror, I think.
Yes, aye. And it's there's a few scenes that they've got stuff in it, but it's not anything you wouldn't
not
say.
Worth banning. It's not that graphic.
No, not at all. But like I say, it could be one of the ones where it said an axe on the cover, get rid of it.
Will have been. I mean, that the whole thing, like with the granddad and that, it can be. It's sad in parts.
Oh yeah, it's got more to it than we would think. When you're watching it, you think only 66 minutes. I bet it's awful. It hasn't got any story to it, but it's got quite a decent story. It's watchable for that reason.
Yeah.
Craig says nothing can top Delirium's soundtrack using the theme tune from Mastermind. Yeah. That's something. I know, honestly, Craig.
I'm sorry, but I thought Delirium was a great film. I loved it.
I thought it was brilliant. I always thought it was brilliant. But what were the things?
People were saying like, "Oh, it's one of the worst ones. It's terrible. It's crap." What were you watching? And did you find it slow? Because I didn't.
No, I didn't at all. I thought there was loads of things going on it.
I was totally engrossed. I was well into it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it had some greats. You had the whole thing with the two coppers who were kind of like Starsky and Hutch. That was going on. You had that weirdo with the bald head and the glasses. It was called.
They were like some sort of little secret police people, weren't they?
And they were talking, and they had this person who was sort of infected with this stuff. There's loads of stuff going on in it, isn't there? And I think you had the woman.
It was one of the ones I was dreading watching because I'd heard that many bad things about it.
Yeah, me too.
And then when I watched it, I was like, I thought that was mint. I loved it. Don't get it.
And also as well, I think that everyone goes on about the Mastermind theme, thinking it makes it awful. I don't think it makes it awful at all. When it starts pumping in, when in an interrogation scene, you think, who?
It kind of does fit, doesn't it?
It does.
But because you know what it is, you can't help but have a little chuckle to yourself.
Start for 10.
I mean, they use that in the trailer as well. So when I saw the trailer, I was like, what the hell? I recognised it straight away.
But it's funny how it is a proper bit of music, but maybe they didn't know, with it being American, maybe they didn't know there was this Mastermind thing out. I don't know why they chose that particular thing. But it does kind of fit, you're right.
I think it does.
There's a slight work, yeah, it does. So Dean says, in both your opinions, is Axe a good movie? Is it worth buying? Yes, 100%.
Absolutely. For me.
Well, I've got on DVD, but the version that Nigel's got there is like I think it says the US Blu-ray,
Yeah.
which I'm after, and it's 25 quid, but I think it's well worth it. I would definitely get it. It's a upgraded picture quality than what I've got, so for me, it's a no-brainer. I like the movie that much that I'm willing
I think
to
it's
get
a really good film. It is, yeah.
Yeah.
If you're expecting, oh my God, this is horrific gore splatter, you're not going to get it because it's not like that. It shouldn't be on that list.
No, you're right. It's
But
one.
I'm glad it is because I would never have seen it if it wasn't. It's made more people see it.
Where's them comments gone? It's awful when they start moving. You think, go and find out where you were. Then it seems to take forever to get where you were. There we are. Blue Iris says, Mimi Lai. Yes. That's her.
That's her.
Look at this one. Blue Iris says, Eastern Heat, Sal Boris.
That's him.
But he has toothpicks on standby on set.
Can you imagine his breath? Especially after munching them piebs. Woo!
Oh, hey. Here we go. So Noz says, some of the films were added to the list because of the title and cover photo. Miss Whitehouse, I doubt, watched 4 or 5 films total from them, all 3 lists. If she watched that many.
Do you know how many she watched? None. She'd never seen one. She wouldn't. She's got too much up there. That was her words. She will never watch them because she's got too much up there.
Yes, that's right. So we are all crazy.
I wouldn't. I've got too much up there. Silly old bag.
So Noz says, Eastern Heat was also known as SS Camp. So
SS Hell Camp.
SS Hell Camp.
Was that one of the titles you'd said?
I think it was, yeah. Gary Hedger says, never seen Cannibal Holocaust. Well, wow.
Watch with extreme caution, and if you do watch it, don't eat before, and definitely don't eat while you're watching it.
No.
And do not let any kids in the room.
Coro says exactly what I would say. I recommend the animal cruelty-free version if you ever plan on watching Cannibal Holocaust. The soundtrack is beautiful. Yes, it is. But
certainly is.
Wow.
Next time I watch it, I'm going to watch the animal cruelty-free one because I've not seen it like that yet. I'll be able to relax and enjoy it more.
You'd be surprised because you'll know where the animal stuff comes. You know how graphic
Yeah.
it was, where it was, and everything. So if you watch it, you will know that when they show them clips, them scenes, they're just gone, but you can't see them. You can't see where they've cut it. It's amazing.
So they've done a great job with it then.
When you're watching, you'd be thinking, "Hang on a minute, I'm watching this. I'm like half an hour in the movie, and you're expecting the cuts of like you think, oh, there's something out there. You haven't seen any, so you think, well, where is it? You can't really put where it was unless you go like frame by frame and look at it. I mean, I have looked at the first one, which I personally think is the worst one. When
that's your killer. That one in it, the first one.
That one, it's awful. That one.
It is awful, mind.
Yeah, I think that one is gone, and I was going, I'm sure that's in by now, so I had to go back and check on the other one. I thought, oh yeah, it's just gone. It's amazing how they've done it. So I recommend you watch that one from now on, if I'm honest.
I won't go into great graphic detail, but that first one, I think it's either a muskrat or something. It's this little thing about that big. I won't say how he kills it, just watch it. But it's the way it screeches. Mm-hmm. And if you look at its face, its head goes like that, and you can just see the life leave its eyes. It is upsetting and gory.
And when I watched it, the last time I watched Cannibal Holocaust, I hadn't seen it for a while. And I watched the full version to say, right, I've done it. That's my last time I'm going to watch it. And I really didn't expect it. I mean, I've seen it before, but I didn't. When I watched it, I thought, I can't believe how bad that was. It was kind of so awful. I mean, they're all awful, but that one was like so unnecessary. In fact, I think that's why it was cut out, because they they couldn't justify it. They reckon that the turtle was killed for the edit afterwards, which isn't fair enough, I suppose, as a way of, like, but there's no way they could have ever justified the first one at all.
I totally agree with you. There's none of them are easy to watch. The animal scenes, whether it be in the cannibal films or because there is some animal cruelty in some that aren't really aren't cannibal films, but I think there's just something about the ones in Cannibal Holocaust just get you, really get you, bad.
I agree. I think it's very mean-spirited. And so Richard Vowson says, "Hi guys, sorry, I've just arrived for the live chat." And that was at 8:33. So we're behind, but not as far as we usually.
Not as much as we were the first one.
That's right. So we're gonna, like I say, we
might do this. We might get our target here.
Yeah, you never know. We're gonna try. Blu-Ray says, "And do Ursula undress." Am I right? I'll get me quote.
Yeah.
Well, undress. I don't know undress.
Ursula undress.
But
yeah.
In the movie, yes, you could call it that one.
Now get your code.
So Dean says, "What's your best creature horror film?"
Are we on about in general, or are we talking Nasties again?
Actually, Nasties would be hard to say. What was like a creature in it? There wasn't that many. Well, actually,
one of the obvious ones to me out the Nasties would be Night of the Demon. I really enjoyed that.
Actually, that is a good one. That's a cracking movie. That not great at all.
No, but it was just different, exceptionally cheaply made. But that to me didn't take away from the enjoyment of it. I really enjoyed it. I can't think of any more creature ones. Yeah, there is a few, but I don't think I've seen some of them. Like, is Night Beast on there anyway?
I think Night Beast might be section 3
with the big massive teeth. I've never seen that.
I think I've seen it, but I saw a cut version. It was rubbish. The cut version.
I've seen Extra once, but I think that was more sci-fi, wasn't it?
I think it was, yeah.
Science fiction, my all-time favorite thing. As far as Nasties are concerned, I don't think there was that many creature ones, to be honest.
No, trying to think myself.
If you don't mean Nasties, it's going to be Jaws.
It's got to be Jaws, hasn't it? When you say that, yeah, can't go past that one. It's yeah, it's absolutely cracking. So Danny Duke says, "Hi, how are you both? We are doing all right.
We're doing all right."
That's it, all right. Blu-Ray says, bother. Yeah, definitely. Louis Martin says, "Good evening. How much have I missed?" Well, it's 2 hours 18 minutes at this point.
We started at 7 on the dot.
8:54, so you can catch it all on catch up. And
it'll be there if you've missed any. It'll be there. Wanted to watch back.
Oh, will I? Apart from the bit where my battery. So when my thing went off, was it just me off, or was the stream actually still carrying on now?
No, it froze for a bit, then it just went totally black, and you left me on my own, and I was very scared. I was like, should I do a dance now? I didn't know what to do with myself.
Well, it's funny because I plugged it in, but obviously I didn't switch it on. And then when it went off, I was thinking, because I saw the screen go black, and I thought, well, what's happened there? Because it still had a light on, but then I looked at it and I thought, oh, this is going to go off. So I had to switch my computer back on again to get it back on, because I thought I could have just moved it around a little bit, but it was off.
I half expected you to message me saying, I can't get back on.
I was just about to.
Don't do that.
I think but next time I'll plug myself in, that's for sure. Can't believe I didn't plug it in. So next movie talk. Hi, John and guest. Glad to catch you live again. Glad to be live, actually. And like I say, this is going to be a long series, isn't it, Nige? We're going to go on for a while. It's going to take quite a bit to get through these, which is great, actually. We've got a lot to talk about. You never know what.
You ready for the next one?
Not. Yes, we are. So the next one is, I consider this one to be an absolute classic.
I love this because it is so bad.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Blood Feast.
Yes, I've got that one. I was going to pick all the ones I've got. Actually, I forgot to pick that one up. but I have got that one. It's
I've got the humongous Herschel Gordon Lewis box set.
have you?
They released two. There was one like a box of cereal size with all the bits in, and then there's one like a 12-inch record side. I've actually got them both.
Oh wow!
I was going to get them down, but I thought I actually might save them for a video to do.
Yeah, please do, because
They're so heavy and awkward. There's loads in them.
I've got these on just separate releases. Unfortunately, I would have got them, but it was well gone by the time. Plus, I've got nowhere to put it. So, Blood Feast, I'll go through the tech things on there. It is it's 5.0 out of 10. And it's 1963. Herschel Gordon Lewis, great bloke, directed it. 67 minutes. It's also called Feast of Flesh, Egyptian Blood Feast, The Blood Feast. And it says, oh, I've got two different versions. That must be a note to myself. Well, I forgot to pick them up, didn't I? So, yeah. So this movie here, Nige, as you said, it's one of your favourites. So do you want to go through it and tell everyone what you think of it and what it's about?
Well, this was the first one I got.
Mm-hmm.
And on the strength of these three was why I wanted them like box sets. I'm going to have to do one now because like people be thinking, well, I want to see the box set, and I will do a video of it. And there's just something about it. When it started, I was like, what the hell is this? It's just so old looking, and the makeup and that. It's like, like there's like a leg amputating scene, but you can clearly see the leg is just a mannequin's leg.
Yes.
But for 1962, did you say it was?
63.
63. Nothing like that had ever been done. Not like that. It was really like the first splatter film.
Yes, it was. Yeah.
And I think it was probably the first film where people like running out, being sick and fainting in the seats and stuff like that. I think it's basically about this Egyptian feast thing. Like it's going to be the one of the women's daughters' birthday party.
Like
she wants something different, so she goes to that really old shop that we were on about, doesn't she? And then he says, "Oh, have you heard of an Egyptian feast?" Oh no, but it sounds great. Yeah. And I'm not going to say any more because it's only just over an hour long, but you've got to watch it.
You have.
It's so bad. It's brilliant.
The acting is pretty bad, isn't it? From all the cast, even the people who could, because the two policemen, like the one, like the sort of the main guy in it. He's even like he must be in a film, must have been in normal films, but even he's pretty bad in this one.
Yeah, he is. I've seen him in quite a few of his. Not quite a few. I've seen him in a couple. He's in. Have you seen the other two of them, John?
Yeah, I have.
Colour Me Blood Red and
2000 Maniacs.
Yeah, well, he's in that.
Yeah, Colour Me Blood Red is a great film.
2000 Maniacs is. I like the 2000 Maniacs. Got a little twist at the end. I thought was really good. So different.
Yes,
but I think if you get that edition, that's the American one. I thought this was on Synapse, but it's not. It's something weird.
Yes,
but it's Image. It's made by the company called Image Entertainment.
Yeah.
And it's just basically one disc. They're all on the one disc.
Yeah, it's still quite good quality actually.
Well, I think you can pick that one up now pretty cheap.
You can.
And if you like either one or all three of them, you'll probably want to see more of his stuff. This is the cheapest of the cheap, but
my favourite one is the Go-Go Girls.
I might have seen that one once. It's in that box set.
Yeah, it's his last movie that he did. Well, 1972.
Oh, is it?
I know he's done other ones since then, but like only a few. I did. What about Blood Feast 2? Have you seen Blood Feast 2?
I've never seen it. I only found out it existed the other day.
Yeah, it's all right.
Did he do it?
Yes.
Oh, I want to see it then.
From 1972 to I think 1992, I believe. That was his next movie after Go-Go Girls. It's all right. It's still in the same vein as Blood Feast. So
have you got it?
Yeah, got a DVD.
Is it on Blu-ray or is it just a DVD?
I think you can get it on Blu-ray, but I think it's from America.
Oh,
But
I need to see this.
this you can get it on. It was on Arrow DVD. That's what I've got it.
Ah, I'll have to have a look.
Yeah.
So, did you like Blood Feast?
Yes, I did like it. I thought it was a great film, and actually, I got Deborah to watch it because she said, "I'm not watching that," and I says, "Go on it. You've got to have a laugh at it." And to be honest, I mean, yeah, actually, the reason why I put my Misfits T-shirt on tonight is because they've got a song called "Blood Feast." Have you heard the Misfits song?
Oh no, I didn't know.
And it's about this.
Is it really?
Yeah, it is. Because I'd heard the Blood Feast song by the Misfits for years ago, and didn't. I mean, when they cut out her tongue, you know, rip out her eyes and all that, and I thought, oh, it is in this film because, I mean, to be honest, when they're doing things like that in a movie, before like 1963, they would have never cut somebody's tongue out.
No,
and pulled the eyes out.
That is one of the most shocking scenes in it for me. That,
yeah.
Although it's not like today's standard, it's whatever it is he's holding. It for the time looked quite realistic, I think.
Yeah, I think they use a lot of animal innards on it. But
I don't know. For me, I can't recommend that enough. Blood Feast.
Yeah, I know.
I think I would probably give that a 6 out of 10.
Well, to be honest, I'll give it a 7 out of 10 because I think it's a trendsetter. You can say, if you say, what's the first ever splatter film, you say, what's that one? You know, it can never be, that accolade can never be taken away from it.
No.
For that reason, you've got to give it kudos for that, haven't you?
I think that's my highest one so far.
The other film on here, Scum of the Earth. Have you seen that one?
I love that film. That's the black and white one, isn't it?
Yeah, it is, isn't it? Scum of the Earth.
I love that film.
Yeah, it's great, isn't it? I mean, I think Herschel Gordon-Lewis, and he said this himself, he said he was purely out to try and make money and just do things that were just outrageous. And having titles like Scum of the Earth, he just makes you think, I've got to see that movie. You know? It's Blood Feast. 2000 Maniacs. You know, it's like, yep, I'm watching that. I think that was one of his selling points. He was great. I mean, when he gets interviewed on them discs, he's great as well, isn't he? Such a funny bloke.
Yeah, he seems a really, really nice fella. I was actually when I started watching that box set, they said, because he does intros to the films and stuff, and they said they were gutted because he never got to see what the finished product looked like, and he would have absolutely loved what they did with it, and he never got to see it. What a shame.
About 90 when he died, wasn't he?
Yeah. Such a canny little fella.
He was, and he did sort of just say he didn't take him seriously. Did his movies? He would say, "Well, this is a bit rubbish, but you know, I had fun with it." No, I think it was good, and I think that for me, so Blood Feast. Do you think that was banned because of the fact of what was in it, the fact of what was like done?
Yeah, definitely, because the cover wasn't offensive. It was like a cartoon thing. Yeah, he's older actor, something, but it was like this. He looked like a mad scientist on the cover. He looked nothing like he does in the film.
You're right, yeah.
On the original video cover. But yeah, I think it was the gore, and again, I think the majority of it was against women, wasn't it?
Well, it was all against women, wasn't it?
Yeah,
and
I think that's what it was as well.
The sacrifices on that table. They all got on that table, didn't they?
Yeah.
Once you're in the back room in the table, I mean, it was great when the fact he had this nice little shop at the front, and the back of it was this Egyptian mummy thing.
Yeah.
And he had the cauldron, and he had the bits and pieces of people all over the place.
Yeah.
You know, like that's not going to smell.
But I think we both talked about that shop. How would it be to get the chance to have a look in that shop?
No. Yeah. It's I would love to get something that was in that shop.
I know. That's what I mean. Like stuff like what my nana had. Just so old fashioned.
Definitely stuff your nana would have in the pantry. So Sai says Nicoletta Elmi is the actress from Profondo Rosso and Demons. Is that what I'm talking about? Yeah, Deep Red and Demons. So you would never know because she's only a young girl in that one, and she's growing up in this other one. But
what was the one you said she was in? It wasn't Bare Blood, was it?
Yeah, I think she's in Beer Blood.
Oh, right.
I really do. Because there's 2 kids in it. I'm sure she's one of them. There's like a boy and a girl, the children of these people. Noz says, I think Funhouse was listed because of it being directed by Toby Hooper. Possibly.
I think everybody thinks that as well, but apparently there's also another old film out called The Funhouse, which is supposed to be pretty bad. And I think they thought it was that one. So I think they've grabbed the wrong film. I don't know whether that original one was ever released or anything like that, but I think when they grabbed it,
yeah,
I don't know what was in it. I've never seen it, but I've heard somewhere, I think it was on one of the documentaries I've watched, that they think it was because it was muddled up with this other old film. But then again, they did see, well, Toby Hooper, Texas Chainsaw Massacre, get that off.
Well, that's it. But we'll talk about this a lot, but it shows, it's bringing to light the fact that a lot of these people who were doing it weren't really like educated in this whole thing. There was a lot of people who had no idea of this. They were just going and saying, "Oh, that must be that, must be that." If they got some, well, I imagine if they got film enthusiasts like us, we would have said, "Well, don't do it" on any of them. But it's not as if they had any bearing in any sort of like knowledge. It was just like knee-jerk when it's just get rid of that, get rid of that. And half of them, you think, some of them you're looking at and you say, "Well, like X, like why on earth was that in there?" That they would have never sat and watched it and thought, "Well, we'll put that one, that one." They could even put it back as a different title, like California Axe Massacre. You know. Mark Chat says, I've just come across my Video Nasties books 1, 2 by Alan Bryce. Remember Alan Bryce? First has the 72 titles with original video artwork, and the second has another 80 titles from Abducted to Zombie Lake. It'll keep you
busy, lads.
Yeah.
I'd like to see them, mind.
Zombie Lake. You haven't seen that one, have you? You're in for a treat with that one, mind.
What?
Zombie Lake.
No, it's just not easy to get. I've tried. Found some place getting it. It's I think it's about 30 odd quid, and that's before the postage.
Really?
Yeah.
Is that the Redemption one with a great cover?
Yeah.
To be honest, though, I've got to say that it's a good quality thing, but there's a load of scratches on the print. If you can get the UK DVD, it does look a bit better. It's quite. It is fully uncut as well. I don't think you get the two. You get the fully uncut one's the one with all the unclothed in it, and you get the clothed version as well. But I don't think you get that on the DVD. You just get the uncut one. I was quite surprised at how much. It's one of those ones where you go, wow, that's a bit. But the gore and everything is like ridiculous. It's kind of like Blood Feast territory. You'll love it. It's so absolute nuts. This is a good question. Martin Howard says, which of the Video Nasties has the best Blu-ray transfer?
Ooh. I would have thought it could be Evil Dead or Funhouse, because they're actually getting, well, Evil Dead's out on 4K, and I know Funhouse is coming out on 4K.
Mm-hmm. That could look nice, because the Blu-ray looks nice to that one, Funhouse.
Yeah.
It's done by a big studio, isn't it?
I'm trying to think. But Zombie Flesh Eaters is really nice as well, isn't it?
It is, but on Blu-ray, yeah, it's very nice. One of the best Blu-rays out there. I'm going to say a quite surprising one. I think you might agree with this one. Gestapo's Last Orgy has a surprisingly good transfer.
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
That shocked me, because I thought that was just some little 2-bit crappy thing. And I don't think there was actually any scratches or anything in there either.
No. I was really surprised at how good that looked. I thought it was going to look awful.
I think they probably would have done a 4K that, but I just don't know whether it would sell on 4K.
I don't think I'll go 4K in it. The Blu-ray is nice enough, and it's not a movie.
I'm happy with that. It looks really good. So to be honest, Mark, there's quite a few. I can't just really single one out.
Well, I tell you what looks Absurd looks really nice. It's got a little bit print on it, that.
What's that?
Absurd.
I can't remember because I had to watch it on YouTube last night.
Oh, no, it has. It's got a really nice print. Absurd.
Absurd.
And there's a few out there. I mean, you get a few of them on 4K as well. Like the thing. On 4K.
I still shake my head in disbelief that that's there.
Yeah, I know, isn't it? That's got to be the craziest one because it's such a big, massively revered film from ever, and ended up on there on section 3.
Mental.
Blu-ray says Delirium wasn't the Star Chamber like that. Also, I think the Delirium was the same music from the Grim Reaper, cut and recut and re-soundtracked version of Anthropophagus. So you think there's going to be some of the music's from there, or the Grim Reaper? I don't think I've seen Grim Reaper, but I can't remember it at all.
I think Delirium has the same music from the Grim Reaper, cut and re-soundtrack version of Anthropophagus. I didn't hear any music from Delirium in Anthropophagus that I can remember.
I think
I have to watch them again now.
The Grim
Reaper
is the cut that's like, but it's got everything cut out of it as far as I know. Maybe it's the American cut.
Delirium, I could watch that now quite happily.
Oh yeah, it's great. In fact, when I watched it, I thought I can't wait to watch this again. Now, speaking of not very good transfers, Delirium hasn't got a great transfer in Blu-ray, has it?
I was just going to mention that. I was going to say, because hadn't all the elements been lost or something?
Yeah, that was basically as good as you're going to get. They can't find the elements at all.
I've seen worse. I think it looked really good.
It doesn't look bad, but it doesn't look like a Blu-ray, does it? You could easily got that on a DVD.
I don't know, because I think the way the people were describing it, I mean, I've heard you say it, but I've heard other people say it as well. I was expecting like those AGFA quality things.
AGFA. They are really
but
bad.
I thought it looked all right to me.
Oh, it was decent. It was decent, but you can tell it wasn't one of the better ones that they got. I mean, I'll tell you what, we've got a real surprise. That Night of the Demon. That was so good looking.
That looks good as well, Night of the Demon, yeah.
But Night of the Demon, when it was, all the other versions you had, like Code Red, you could already tell what was going on. They were really bad. And they reckon the Code Red one reckoned that was it. You couldn't get anything else. But they did find the elements, didn't they, somewhere?
Yeah.
The 88, which is mad to think that these things are still around somewhere. God knows where they are kept. So, Keith, Euphoria Pictures, hello to John and Nige.
Oh, hello.
Good night. I was a little late to get into the stream, but I'm hoping to catch up later. Well, yeah, it's going to be here forever.
Good, man.
That's the best thing about these things, they're here for life.
Yeah.
A bit like I thought Mary Whitehouse was going to be at the time.
We must ban those nasties.
So, Turn the Blu-ray says, take as long as you need, gents. I think that might have been how we need to get back on. Or we want the toilet. Canadian Crypt, Jay, Canadian Crypt. Hello to Jay. Hey guys, hope you're well. Love some H.G. Lewis. Yeah.
Yeah.
I agree. Good channel, Canadian Crypt. Got some good editing on his channel. Blue Iris says 2000 Maniacs was released on video in the 80s. Cut to Hell.
I do remember seeing the video cover, but the title sort of scared me, so I thought I don't want to see that. I can't believe it was cut. Oh well, in this country, actually, yes, I can.
Yeah, I think I saw the cut version and thought it was awful because it was cut and because it's not a great film. But when you see the gore in it, and I think the film, looking back, I think the film is a good film. I like the music on it. That kind of hillbilly sort of nonsense that they play, ding 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 ding. And you think,
well, can you remember when I said to you, I've had hold of the Blood Feast soundtrack?
Yeah,
and I didn't get it. It's one of the biggest regrets. It's got Blood Feast on side 1 and 2000 Maniacs on side 2.
Wow!
But you can get 2000 Maniacs on a separate record now.
Can you? I love the song on that. It's crazy because I play it all the time in it, but it's not a bad soundtrack for what it is.
No, early 60s, man, no?
Matt Chat says, lads, do you own any of the original Nasties on original VHS? I have 10 myself. Oh, pretty good, actually.
No.
No,
I did used to have The Burning.
Hmm.
Long gone.
I think I had Terror Eyes. That was it for me. I can't remember.
I didn't have that on video. I did have the original, not the sell-through one. I had the original rental tape of John Carpenter's The Thing as well.
Yeah, I think I had that. Yeah, I did actually.
I had Friday the 13th Part 2, the original, but I didn't have the original Warner Brothers Part 1. I would love that.
I did have
expensive.
Friday the 13th, the first one on VHS. I did have that one. I know I did. I haven't got it now. Don't even know what I did with it. I know I did have the original pre-cert of Mad Max as well. Don't know what happened to that one.
Did you have the pre-cert Friday the 13th?
Yeah, I did. I'm sure. I definitely had it. I know I did have it because I remember it. I had it in my hand a couple of times because I used to have it. I know I used to have it. It was on my collection, on my VHS collection, because it was like bigger than the rest. Because it was like in this sort of clamshell one.
Yeah.
The rest were just the snapcase ones. And I was always annoyed that it didn't match the other boxes. How thick was that with that one? I think, no, that's not right. But
you've got really bad OCD, haven't you?
I have, but I don't think I got rid of it for that reason. I didn't buy any other. Didn't get another version of Friday the 13th Part 1. I've obviously got it. What was it on the DVD? The DVDs would have got the next one, so I would have got rid of them all at that point or before. I don't know. I just can't remember getting rid of it. But I haven't got it now.
I would like to know what 10 he's got though. That'd be. I'm curious to know what they are.
Yes, I would.
Especially
as well.
if they're the original ones that were out at the time.
I know there might be some really big titles in there. There might be ones that would be like saying, "Oh, I wish I had that one." Probably, actually, of the 10, I probably would have liked the whole lot. I would love to have them, but you're talking price, you would just think it's just ridiculous price, isn't it?
Yeah.
So Blu-ray says, list please to Mac Chats. I have the Bogeyman here and various other presets. Not bad.
I would like that one because I love the artwork on the old VHS cover.
Yeah. I like the artwork most of them, actually. I think they're good. Danny Duke says, Bloodfeast 2 DVD, Arrow Films, $24.95 on Amazon. Right now.
For a DVD.
And do you know how much I paid for it?
How much?
Nothing. And do you know how that happened? Because what happened was there was something to do with the Dawn of the Dead, Day of the Dead, when it came out on the white box version. And there was some kind of problem with it not having a case in it or something. Or there was a disc that was wrong. Something was wrong with that version, I think. And what they did was Arrow said to you, if you've got that version as this kind of to make things right, they would send you a free copy of Bloodfeast 2 out. So that's how I got mine. And I can't remember what it was about. There's a fault with something. I think it was Day of the Dead. They definitely didn't have a booklet in that, I know. But I think they sent the booklet out and a copy of Bloodfeast 2. I believe.
I've got that Day of the Dead as well.
Yeah, the box one. Yeah.
Yeah, so, I got it second hand though. So if they got Bloodfeast 2, they didn't shot that in with it.
Yeah. I don't know if everybody got it, but I know definitely John Hall got Bloodfeast 2 as well. And I can't believe it's that much. But then again, it's one of them things. I mean, 2002. That's when I got it. Well, it can't be. No, sorry, that's when it was made. So it was like 2010 when it came out, with the Day of the Dead. So Blu-ray says, was Last House on Dead End Street called the Fun House also? Is that the one you're thinking of, Nigel?
I don't know. Last House on Dead End Street. It could be that, because I do remember that title. I remember them talking about it in the documentary. I'll have to check on that. It's possible.
Yeah. I remember that one. I remember that title. That's the thing we've all got so many different titles. It's quite hard to remember, isn't it? So Mac Chat says, I have the Bogeyman, City of the Living Dead, Extra, Visiting Hours, The Slayer, Shogun Assassin, Cannibal Apocalypse, wow, Zombie Creeping Flesh. I might have one or two more put away.
Wow.
Are you liking what you see there?
Yeah.
I mean, look at that. Shogun Assassin, what a movie. Love that movie.
I've never seen that,
Have you not? Oh, I tell you, violence. violence. You never seen violence like it.
I need to get it.
Bloodthirst, you know, when they get stabbed with the samurai sword, and it goes in and they go like that. It's like, and it just goes on forever. You think, surely that's going to stop any, but it's just fountains of blood. It's brilliant. Really enjoy it. Nick's Movie Talk says, love that Misfits t-shirt. Well, if you can see it, it's, can you see that? It's been signed by Jerry Only as well. Oh, there it is.
Ah.
And the next door neighbour like sewed it on, so it can't be washed off. So when I said to Jerry Only, can you sign me a t-shirt? He says, yeah. He said, well, that's a rip-off, you know. That's a snide. I went, is it? He says, yeah, that's not a proper t-shirt. And I went, oh, sorry. It's the only one I could find. He says, that didn't bother me. He says, but it's not a real one. It's not one. We didn't say it in a Geordie accent.
No.
But he's from, sounds like he's from the Bronx.
Are we going on to the next one? Yes.
Yes. So I just put Blood Feast over there. So the next one is the one that you've just recently picked up. Is that right?
Yes.
Yes.
On the Nasties list, it was called Blood Rights. No, not that one.
Oh, hang on. Oh, well, I'm going to sit out of this one because I have not got this one.
Blood Rights, but the proper title in America is The Ghastly Ones.
Yeah.
You've
got full control.
Thankfully, I got this because this can go expensive now.
Yeah. That's why
I got it for less than a tenner, thankfully.
I can't believe that.
Because it's garbage. This is not good. This is definitely one of the worst ones I've seen.
So
I couldn't even tell you what the storyline was now.
Is it that good that you can't tell it?
I will watch it again because I need to know what the hell it was about.
Well, on here, I've got it as Blood Rights. It's 3.7. It's tied with The Beast in Heat. Andy Milligan directed it, 81 minutes. Also The Ghastly Ones or Blood Orgy.
You get another film as well, Seeds of Sin, which I didn't watch. I think I put it on. It was black and white. The acting was worse than The Ghastly Ones. I turned it off.
Oh. And it says actually you can get it in a 7 box set on Blu-ray.
But yeah, you can.
It'll cost you 120 quid for the box set.
That'll do me, thanks.
Well, actually, I know that when I looked at it and I knew that I hadn't heard anybody saying anything about it, but when you told us about it, I thought I wouldn't have went for that box set. It's far too much money. So basically, one to avoid, would you say?
Yeah, I'm going to give that. What did I give Anthropophagus? I'll give Anthropophagus a 3. I'm giving that a 2.
Really?
So dull. It's not long, but oh wow, that's the one that has got the actor, the main gangster guy from the Charles Bronson film Murphy's Law.
Yeah. He was saying.
Don't know his name, but he's in that. I bet he doesn't brag about this.
It's not in the CV.
Not good.
So what would you say it was banned for?
I honestly couldn't tell you. I have no idea. Probably for being so bad. Just banned.
See, the thing is with that one, I mean, even the cover on it, I don't know what the original cover was like, but is that the original cover? What do you think? Or...
No. The original cover makes it look intriguing. When it as Blood Rights, I did put it on that, the little video I did with the Video Nasty song. I think it's like a black cover with like a bloodline across. Yeah, and I think it's got like a face on it, like.
Yes.
But it makes it look quite intriguing with that. I mean, that to me looks like some dodgy highwayman. Donald Pleasance.
Looks like Frank Spencer.
I think Frank Spencer was probably scarier.
Blood Rights.
That's another something weird one who released Blood Feast in America as well.
They're a good company, actually. I think that's when you do get these, you can see them being a good company. You know what they're all about, which is great, actually, that you've got these people who are doing this, like releasing stuff from way back when. I'm trying to find this. I'm getting loads of Blood Rights, but I'm not getting that one. It's one of the. I think I put the.
I think it's only called Blood Rights in this country. You have to type in the ghastly ones. Are you looking for the cover?
Yeah.
If you type in Blood Rights UK VHS.
Right. I have seen
Then
a
it might show up.
couple.
And then go to images.
Hey, what we've done without these,
I know.
with you interweb.
I could have showed you, but it's on my phone. It's my phone I'm using.
Well, I'm getting everything but that. But I do know I've definitely got it somewhere, you know. I think I've definitely got it somewhere because I know I took a thing of it. That's it there.
That's it.
Yeah.
There's actually more on the cover than what I remembered. I thought it was just like a red line through it. But that's the actor at the top on the back of the sleeve.
Oh, there.
That's him out of Murphy's Law, yeah. Anthony Vincenzo.
Yes, but he won't be putting that on his CV, is it? You'd just be saying.
No, I wouldn't if I was him.
We'll not mention about that one. So that's definitely one to miss. Would you say?
Yeah. Do you want to jump straight to the next one then? Seems you didn't have that.
I'll tell you what. I will go to that one. I'll put a comment on here because I'm gonna have to nip to the toilet again. I told you once I start, I can't stop.
What do you get out of tube of Pringles?
Exactly. So Blu-ray says, "Nice. I'm jealous, especially you have the bogeyman." Yeah,
that's just that. Yeah, he's nice.
So Sebastian Alrus says, "Even gents, have either of you seen Faces of Death?"
Yes.
It's the first film I saw that was more nasty. So I'll leave you with that one. I'm just nipping the toilet very quickly. Let's talk about Faces of Death.
I only just got it about a month or two back. I didn't see it on video. I'd never seen it. I didn't want to see it because I knew it had like supposedly real stuff in it. But when I started collecting all these, I thought I'm gonna have to get it anyway. And I found it on Blu-ray. It took a lot of tracking down. So I ordered it, and it took a few weeks, and it turned up. So I watched it. Thankfully, it wasn't as bad as what I was expecting it to be, but it was still not pleasant. I was talking to John about it, and he said he pre-warned me it had animal scenes in it, and for me that was the worst parts of it, the animal scenes. But even so, they were nowhere near as bad as like Cannibal Holocaust or anything like that. I think another thing with Faces of Death is because it's such an old film, it's not the type of thing that they're going to scan in 4K or anything like that. I think that it looks old. You can tell it looks old. It's. I mean, it's obviously a Blu-ray copy, but it's just that when they scan them and they don't clean the scratches off, so it still looks like an old film. But I could very easily watch it again. It was nowhere near as bad as what I was expecting.
Just
have you seen it, Faces of Death?
Yeah. I didn't think it was. I thought when I first watched it, I thought this is really bad, but I didn't realize how much wasn't real. If I'm honest. So there's a lot of it's not what it is, not what it says it is. So when I found that out, I think it's much easier to watch now that you know that a lot of it isn't real.
Again, for me, it was the animal bits.
Yeah, well, that's again.
And even they weren't as bad, whether as like Cannibal Holocaust or anything like that.
No. Cannibal Holocaust. No, that's if you want the next level animal stuff, that's where it is.
Yeah.
Even this, but I think that Face of Death was a movie that I can understand why it shocked a lot of people, but I think a lot of people maybe in 1978 thought it was 100% real.
I enjoyed it.
It was. I'll tell you who was. The fella. I'll tell you what was quite funny. I found about the Face of Death.
Doctor.
The Doctor. Francis B. Gross.
Yeah.
Will he be good, Francis B.
Yeah,
Gross?
That's his real name. Yeah.
Of course it is. And he talks about this, but I think that as it went on, I think maybe even Face of Death 3 or 4 was the fact that he died. He hadn't died, and they were talking about him, like he died in these movies. That's why he wasn't doing them anymore. He hadn't died at all, but I think they were talking about, like the legacy of Francis B. Gross, which is equally as pathetic. I think actually, to be honest, Friday the 30th, Face of Death 2 was worse for real stuff than Face of Death 1.
I'm glad that there was only the first one on the list, because I don't really want to see the others, because I've heard that they get like more brutal as they go on.
Friday, what am I doing? It's maybe because it's Friday. Face of Death 2 is the worst one for, I think, what you see. Part 3 is completely fabricated. There's nothing real in that one, believe it or not.
Really?
That's right. Yes, and you can see a mile off. It's like it says all. I'm sure it says at the start of this movie, all of this stuff is staged. I was like, what?
Yeah.
4 is kind of a lot staged, but not as much as 3. And I think even 5 and 6 were. I think 6 might have been not the worst one, but it was definitely 2 for me. Had 100% real stuff in it.
I didn't even realize there was 6. I thought it was only 4.
I think there's more. I think there's more than that, but I think it might go up about 8.
I'll stick with the original. That'll do.
These days, when they can see what they can see, God knows what's going to be in. If they do new ones now and they take some footage from now, God knows what will be in there. So I don't really want to. I think, and this is years ago when I saw them, I don't really want to go back to them at all. I don't feel like they need to be revisited. I will get. I
do like the original. I did enjoy it. I'll be honest. As sick as that sounds, I wasn't keen on the animal bits, but I did actually, as a documentary, I found it dead interesting.
Well, the Blu-ray has got a lot of I want to get it because it's got like loads of behind the scenes and it's got like talking about the movie quite a bit, which I don't want to see all that. I
think the video only went on for about 70 or 80 minutes, didn't it?
I think there's another version on there's a longer version on this Blu-ray.
The Blu-ray goes on for about 1 hour and 40.
Yeah, and I don't know there was a so the one that you see is plane crash. At the start, have you seen this like a plane crash? That's in the film, isn't it? Because I know. I think that was one of the worst, like the more realistic bits in it, because it was 100% real, wasn't it?
You know the sleeve of the video. Yeah. I was always led to believe that actual scene was shot because it's in the trailer, but it didn't actually appear in the film.
Yeah.
But it's on that Blu-ray that I've got. It's in the film.
Well, I've seen it in the film. That scene. It's not real, though, is it?
No.
No, it's as if they would record that.
Exactly.
And no, I don't get that at all. A couple more comments, then we'll go back to this. We've got a few more left to show. Mac Chat says, no. Uriah says to Mac Chats, I've got VHS pre-cert originals of Suspiria. Wow. The Scaremaker, The Beast Within, and The Alchemist, and more. Suspiria. Wow.
I'd like Suspiria for the sake of having it, the pre-cert. Not one of my favourites, to be honest. I need to rewatch it and give it another go, though.
I do like that. Really do like that. I've always liked that one. Although there's nothing that much in it, if I'm honest. Blu-ray says, original Warner Brothers pre-cert of Friday the 13th. That'd be worth money. Well, it would be.
Yeah.
It's gone. Honestly, it wouldn't have been at any time when there was no.
You keep knocking something and your mic goes funny.
It's my keyboard. What do you mean?
It's when you tap something, it goes dead echoey and then it goes back to normal.
All right. Well, it's because I've got I've got to touch the computer. That's why I might have to put my microphone on, and then you don't hear it. But when you said I put my microphone on, that you don't really hear it. Yeah. So I don't want that to happen. Maybe like going, what? but and Carl here is Carl M79. Hi, John and Nige. Mr. Nasty here. Sorry, I'm late. Now, Carl's got a lot of the Nasties on tape, or a lot of the Nasties in general. So that's good. Tell us about that. So that's, it's great to have people who are still collecting, I mean.
We're not the only two sickos.
Yeah, that's it as well, there's a lot more weirdos out there than just us. And that's always
Yes.
good to hear, isn't it? Try and see if I can do this with my finger and maybe better for you. Right. Oh, hang on. Darren McCaw, says, Blood Feast 2 Arrow DVD on eBay for £5.99.
Oh, I wouldn't mind paying that for it.
Yeah, it's all right. You would enjoy it. I mean, it's not half as good as the first one. It's better, actually. The effects are better, but it's not as I don't know. It's not as awful as the first one. If you know what I'm talking about.
Something about that first one, isn't there?
Yeah, but it's quite a worthy sequel to it, and it is directed by Herschel Gordon Lewis, so it's got that to do with it. So we'll go for the next one.
Yeah.
So this is what I put.
So yes, you're right. I have picked this one up quite recently.
Yes, you have. Bloody Moon on Severin.
Yeah.
So a few tech specs on this one is oh yes, I thought I hadn't written that one down. It's 5.2 out of 10. Bloody Moon, 1981. Jess Franco, the maestro, 90 minutes, aka The Bloody Moon Murders, Profundo Tenebrae, The Soul of Death. So there you go. And it's a funny one because it's Severin, but it's actually a UK release, isn't it?
Yeah.
For Severin, which is an odd thing. You don't see them releasing much stuff over here. But I must admit, as a Jess Franco movie, it's quite a good movie for him.
Yeah, I thought that. I mean, I remember when I first saw it, I had to find it on YouTube. Thankfully, it was there. And I watched it, and I thought, that was nowhere near as good as I expected. Got this a few days ago. And when I watched it, I was like actually pleasantly surprised by it. I really enjoyed it.
Mm-hmm.
But some of the acting is terrible. And I was telling Laura about this. There's one of the lines in it. God. Do you know the bit where one of the lasses is supposed to be meeting a lad in the room?
Yes.
And her friends sneak round to see if they can catch them at it. But the
lad
hadn't turned up, so she's jumping up and down on the bed. Do you remember it?
Yes, she's making out like the lads.
And then they're looking, and she sees them. Yeah, she comes out with, he hasn't turned up, and I'm not amused. I bet he hasn't even made it with the real girl, the phony Spanish lover. I nearly fell off the couch. What an insult! Get away from me, you phony Spanish lover.
Wow, that's pretty brutal, man, isn't it? I wonder why that's what I got banned for. God, honestly, some of the lines in
this scene's uncut, isn't it? The bit with the saw.
Yeah.
But when they've put the bits back in, you can see the change in the picture quality, which for me doesn't spoil it because I'm more bothered about it being complete.
Yeah, I do agree that you've got to take it on the chin sometimes if it's one of the ones where you reinsert the things and you think you can see where the cuts are, but it's either that or you don't get them. You know.
I mean, they put the saw bit back in, which was it was pretty graphic, but you can see it's false. I mean, it's Jess Franco, for God's sake.
I know.
It's what happens within about a minute or two straight after that shocked me. Do you remember? Do you know the bit I mean?
I think so.
The little boy.
Yes.
I did not see that coming. I was like, bloody hell.
I'll tell you one thing I was really shocked with this, and I went back, because every time I see it, I forget this is actually a part of this movie, and I go, oh yeah, that's that bit. You know the bit with the snake?
Yeah, that's real.
Because I went, hang on a minute, did I really see that? And I go back and look at it and think, maybe it's not real, and it is real.
It is, because you can see the nerves in the snake's head. I was like, I don't like that.
No, I was.
Why did they do it?
I don't know. They could have easily got a bit of rubber and done it, couldn't they? They didn't have to actually do that to a real snake.
And I can't be done with these. What you're mourning for? It's only a snake brigade.
No, there was no reason to do that. They could have easily done that with a dummy. And to be honest, with
of course they could.
It was a bit unnecessary.
It was totally unnecessary.
But you know,
but apart from that, I actually quite enjoyed it.
Yeah. It's funny it doesn't mention anything about it in the movie, and I can't imagine it getting cut for that, the ban for that. But it's probably all about this. And this was the original cover.
Yeah.
So that just shows you what they would have seen. They would have seen that and said, right,
yeah,
that's gone.
I give this one 5 out of 10.
Well, I think I'll give it about 5 out of 10. It was a good Jess Franco movie, but in essence, it's not a great movie. It's all right. I'll tell you what,
a masterpiece for it.
Yeah, it's a nice print on it. Much better
Yeah,
than
it
I was
is.
expecting.
I noticed that.
Yeah.
But the guy with the burnt face, he just creeps all the way through it. But yeah, it's good. It's very good, but it's not brilliant.
Yeah, that's
I mean,
a good way
5
of
out of
saying
10 is not a bad mark for a Franco film, really.
Yeah, if you don't know what Jess Franco's all about, this is probably one of the best movies to get because he's got some. I mean, he made about 300 movies, and probably in the same year.
I think it wasn't his only slasher.
It could have been. He didn't do many of them. He's more doing these sort of like Euro trash, like these sort of vampires and Frankensteins and Draculas and stuff.
Yeah,
zombies. Okay, actually, I think that Oasis of the Zombies might have been his only zombie movie, which is nuts, considering he made a movie every week.
I think he did a couple of the women in prison ones as well.
Yeah, he did. Apparently, he used to do. He used to be making a movie, and then they would say, "Oh, what about making this movie?" So I'll just make it at the same time. So you just got the same people to make the same thing. They said, "Cut! Oh, we're going to do this. It's from a different movie," and I think he just filmed at the same time, just chucked them out. And you can tell mine on some of his movies, I think. Well,
how the hell did he make so many?
Well, I don't know if it's true, but I think he might be either the most prolific Italian director of all time or one of them.
Wow.
And for that reason...
Tell you what, though, there was, I think it was this. Yeah. There's a really good interview with him on this.
Yeah.
And he's actually speaking English as well.
Yes, he is.
But bless, he's really old in it, and like he struggles a couple of times. Like, and when they do, they put subtitles so you can read as well what he's saying.
Uh-huh.
But he's got this cigarette in his hand, and he keeps like leaning. When he first leaned back like that, I thought, is he dying? He must have a bad back or something. Then he sits up for a while, then he goes and does that again. Well, it was just nice to hear him like talk.
Yeah,
he's died now. Bless him.
He has, hasn't he? Did you know he was Yoda? The model Yoda on him.
Eh?
You know Yoda? This is true. It sounds mad, but you know.
I've never seen Star Wars, nor will I ever watch it. But I know who Yoda is. Yeah.
You know, little Yoda. They actually copied. They made it. He was the kind of blueprint for Yoda. Jess Franco. That's true.
The face.
Yeah, him. And if you look at it, you can kind of say, "Oh, well, yeah, I can see it in some of his movies." Imagine if they say, "Oh, we've made George Lucas come up and says, oh, Jess, we've made something, in your sort of effigy in the thing." You'd say, "Oh,
I wonder if he ever knew."
And he'd say, "No, this little green thing here with the big ears. That's what we think of you." This, he wasn't a big bloke, was he? But plus, he was he not married to Linda Romay as well, who was like a sort of model?
Oh, I don't know.
And you would
I don't know. He's married anybody like that, like. Strange looking fella.
I think he had two really good looking wives, and they were really good looking. He must have been. I don't think he wasn't even rich or anything, was he?
I don't think so. No,
it looked like he was.
Even the house he's in there on that interview.
Aye.
There's nothing to say he's wealthy at all. It's like a normal house.
No, it's not like a big sort of mansion or anything, is it?
No, and he's sat there with his massive cigarette. I keep going to say fag. A cigarette, and I'm surprised that it wasn't that killed him, because I think he was a massive smoker. I think nearly every interview I've seen, he's.
Well, he always looked ill, didn't he? Especially at the end, he always looked. Didn't ever look fit, did he? At all?
No.
So, like I say, at this point, I don't think we're going to get through these comments. Although that's from 9:53, so actually we're not too far behind. I'll tell you what, we'll have a little, because we've got a couple more to go through. We'll have a little bit of a blast through these and see how we're going, because I think we're doing quite well with these.
Yeah.
Blue says, "Jealous have a rip of the original Forest of Fear. Also have Curry and Cage Fury on pre-search." Nice. Cage Fury, that's come out in...
Carrie would be nice to have on pre-set.
Yeah. I don't think I had that, but I've definitely seen the pre-insert of it.
That was originally on Intervision.
Yeah, I know. It was,
and then Warner Brothers brought it out with like the big clam case as well.
Yeah,
I'd like both of them. I love Carrie.
Yeah, great for the minute. Yeah, it's really nice. Really,
I've got the Arrow and the Scream Factory of that.
It's a wicked movie. That, in essence, what it's about. She gets.
They cleaned that up really well, didn't they? As well.
Yeah. No, it looks really nice. 4K remaster. Can it be? I think it'll be a 4K of that one coming out by Arrow. Definitely.
Oh, don't. I wish they'd bugger off. Another
one.
Yeah, they keep bringing it. It's like I've said, I'm only going to get like 4K double what like the ones I really, really love.
Right.
And then I seen your Dario Argento ones. I was like, oh, look at them. But then when I went on and seen that Phenomena had sold out the one I wanted, I thought, no, I'm just going to stick with the Blu-rays.
Yeah.
Except for obviously Tenebrae.
Tenebrae is a revelation, but to be honest, the 4Ks are nice, but they're not a huge amount over the Blu-rays, so you're not missing out on a great, massive amount.
Yeah.
I think the best one really is like Creepers. The Phenomena is a good 4K, but Tenebrae for me was great because I hadn't got it. I got rid of my Steelbook a while ago, and I didn't have the movie itself, so it was a no-brainer to get that one. It looks nice, I think. So Trev,
one of my favourite Argentos, that man. I love that film.
Isn't it? I liked it even more when I saw it this time. It came to life a bit. So Trev says to use the Video Nasties booklet from the Absurd for the original covers. Yeah, I should have done that.
I would if I had it.
It's it may have been just because I bought it on a release, because I try to get all these ones on release because I didn't know they'd be going out of print, but you know they could easily anytime go to print, as you know. Darius says I have the VCD of Face of Death somewhere.
VCD, man. Wow.
VCD, well, remember them. Nos says Faces of Death is mostly fake, unlike Traces of Death. Yeah, Traces.
When we talked about that the other day, Traces of Death, I've never heard of it.
Mm-hmm. Yes, that's the one. It's the one that's it's 100% real, and I think, to be honest, it starts off. I think it's that one that starts off with some awful cruelty to animals, to pigs. And I went, oh my God. And that goes on for quite a while. And that's terrible. And then it gets into, or just stuff from, it's that Albert Dwyer when he shoots himself live on TV. It's got, I'm sure it's got.
That's horrible that I've seen that.
Yeah, she's walking next to it in a graveyard and someone comes up and shoots her in the head and stuff like this. It's just got, it's
and that's real.
Yeah, it's all 100% real. It was on a newscast. There was a newscast where they were doing something, I think somebody went to this person's, she might have been having an affair with this person or something like that, or vice versa, but it's definitely a woman. And while the fella's interviewing her at this gravesite, this fella comes up and just shoots her in the head. I don't know. It's obviously someone to do with this relationship, but I just straighten the camera. So, and you think,
wow.
Oh, but there's loads of things in it. It's horrible. I've seen it once. I've seen Trace of Death 2 actually, and 3. But they were nowhere as bad as Trace of Death 1. And then I stopped doing it. I just says, right, these are just getting too much. So I just think that just leave it. Can't be going past them. So Nos says, I saw them talking about it. Turn the Blue Iris just arrived near the end, so I was wondering if they mentioned it's available in the set from Severin.
That might be the ghastly ones.
Yes, you're right. It is. The one before that is, they did talk about blood rights.
Yeah, blood rights, it is. It's the ghastly ones.
Yeah. One that we're not recommending on the stream. I think that's the only one out of this lot that we haven't recommended, if I'm honest. We're doing quite a lot. We're just saying all of these other ones, go for them, and that one, stay away. I
didn't mention that one on Blu-ray because I knew it was in the box set and it's not cheap. I thought there's nobody in the right mind's going to buy the box set for that film.
No.
If you want to see the film, just get the DVD, and when you watch it, you'll say, "Yeah, that'll do
all
me."
The movies in that would be probably equally as bad. And if it was, say, maybe 50 quid, fair enough. But 120 quid, no chance.
Curious to see what you think about it. I want to look out for you.
I do want it. I have to get it. It's not that.
I know it's getting it though, isn't it?
It's just for big bucks. I can't really think that I'm going to go big bucks on that one at all.
I got really lucky there.
Yeah, you did, because I've looked at it for a few times. It's always been 25 quid. That's why I've never pulled the trigger. So I thought, I'm just
Don't pay
waiting
that for it, really.
No. I would love to get it with 15. Would be my top for that if I had to come up with the price. So yeah, talk about that, and then next movie talk says talking to Mary Whitehouse. Do you remember when the Mary Whitehouse experience? I would love to get that on DVD. Went and saw Rob Newman's stand-up show a few years back, and it was funnier than ever. Do you remember the Mary Whitehouse experience with comedy?
I remember the name. It's one of them things. It just didn't interest me, so I never watched it.
No, didn't watch
Was
any of
it, was it a sketch thing or what?
Yeah, it was. I tell you, David Baddiel was in it, and that fella there, who was he? Where was he? Rob Newman. And the one that I really remember from that one was when they had there was these two old gents talking in a club with they've got the port and the cigars, and one of them is saying, you see that, I don't know, like, do you see that Nora Batty on the telly of what's it called? What was Nora Batty in?
Oh, Last of the Summer Wine.
On Last of the Summer Wine. He goes, yes, I do. He goes, she's your girlfriend, that is. And they're doing this all the way through. It's like kids, but they're just saying that that's your girlfriend, that is. And I just, for some reason, I remember that, but I thought it was so funny. But probably going back to it now, I don't know if I would. But I've never seen Mary Whitehouse experience on physical media at all, ever.
I've never looked, so I don't know.
It might be all over YouTube. It's quite funny, actually. The bits I saw was quite funny. Blu-Ray, Jess Franco's Cheesy Go Fest, Bloody Moon is bloody great.
Totally agree.
Yeah. And I'd like to say it's one of his best movies. Trev John Severin US has a slipcover for Bloody Moon. You can buy the snippets by itself.
I think you might be able to, because Severin have started doing that now. You can. Oh, is it Severin?
I wonder if it'll be the same thickness as this one.
I know. No, all there's a thin over America. I know Vinegar Syndrome. You can go on and you can buy like just the slipcover on its own. Sometimes I don't know if Severin do it.
Yeah.
If you go on their website, you'll see. If the option's there, it'll be on a drop down.
I've heard about that.
It's expensive, man, to buy. It's 30 odd quid if you want that disc with the slipcover.
The slipcovers are lovely on theirs, mate. They're so thick. They're great, but once they sell out, man, you've got to pay a huge amount for them.
I'm loving at that comment there, phony Spanish lover.
Best line of the night, eh? Best line in the.
And when I was watching it, she come out with that. I went, "What did she just say?" I couldn't stop laughing for ages. I told Laura, she looked at me like I wasn't right. That's not funny. Yeah, I get you had to be there.
Thing is, though, like things like Flesh for Frankenstein, Blood for Dracula, some of them lines in there are just comedy gold. I don't know what they were thinking of when they did them films, when they thought they could just
like that game in the pub.
The game in the pub, yes. I like it when they're going down in Flesh for Frankenstein when they're walking into the town, and one of them's Frankenstein's talking to his Otto, the henchman. He says, when they go past the bordello, and he says, oh, don't go into the bordello or something. It's full of like naughty women or something. So he says, do you think sometime here, Baron, we could actually go into that bordello when we're passing it? He says, to go in? To do what, you filthy thing? And I was like,
you filthy thing.
They can't say virgins, they say virgins as well, which is even funnier.
Yeah. That Udo thingy, what do you call him? Udo.
Yeah.
His accent is terrible in some of them.
It is. And even his henchman, Arno's Yearning, I think he's called.
I actually think I like Dracula better than the Frankenstein one.
I think Dracula's funny. I think when he goes to that, when they go to that fella's house, and he says, I want to stop here. The Baron wants to stop here. His henchman says, and he says, all right. He said, what's his name? He says, Dracula. And he goes, Dracula, 3 syllables. I like it. So he gets.
He was one with the beard, wasn't he?
He was, and he'd said to him, he says, he says, can you prepare a special vegetarian version?
Vegetarian?
Vegetarian meal for the Baron. He's a vegetarian. He goes, yeah, I'm sure we can do that. And he goes, oh, as well, is all your daughters virgins? He says, oh,
yeah.
Oh,
it's not good. She's not a virgin.
As if the bloke is going to sit there and, like, when your fella comes in, there's all your daughters virgins, and he goes, oh, he is. And he says, oh, champion. As if, like, he's going to say, well, are you going to stop then here? You're going to get all your stuff. And don't forget, he's got a coffin outside waiting, isn't he? He said, oh, he's just in the coffin.
Yes, she's a virgin. The camera spins around. She's like,
I know, and you can tell by looking at them, none of them are
filthy
virgins.
beast.
So Gary Turley says, heard Blumhouse are remaking Christine, like Halloween Invisible Man.
They needn't bother themselves.
Yeah, I didn't like Christine, you know. Wasn't I've tried a few times, just can't get into it.
What's that?
Christine.
Oh, I love it, the original.
Just, I don't know, something about it. I just don't get into it. Although the indicator was a lovely picture. I just tried, I just couldn't get away with it.
Wow.
Yeah, I know it's funny. I've tried lots of times. Now sometimes I have to go back to movies a few times, but I just can't. I just don't like it.
I'd like a nice edition of that. I've only got it on DVD.
The indicator is stunning. It's nearly like a 4K. It's brilliant. One of the best pictures I've ever seen. Yeah, I do recommend it. You could have had mine if I still had it, but I sold it. So Blu-Ray says it is 2 films from the 70s put together in 1980. So I'm wondering what that one is.
I think that is that Shogun Assassin.
Oh, Shogun Assassin, yes, that's right. Yeah, it was. It is. It's the first 2 films from the Baby Cart series. Nick says, not watched Shogun Assassin yet, as I plan to do a reaction video for it. You'll love that movie. It's got so much.
Yeah, I've never seen it.
Oh, it's brilliant. People come into rooms and, you know, like to have an altercation, and somebody just picks the sword up and they just go like that. So next thing you're seeing, ears flying on the thing, fingers all over the place on the floor, and they just think, yeah, this is my type of movie. So Nick says, have you seen the original movies filmed separately? I have, and they're absolutely brilliant, actually. And Blue Iris says, I picked up the DVD of Lone Wolf and Calf films years ago. Great series 7 and 8 and all. The criterion of that is next level. It's expensive, but it's brilliant. They look like 4Ks. Stunning. And I don't know if you know that, but the case for the criterion one has the spine opens up. No one knows about this until you know about it. And it's got like a diagram of the cart, an exploded diagram of what it's all about, like killing machine. Brilliant.
Have you done an unboxing of that?
Yeah, I think I have somewhere. I think I've talked about it.
I've seen somebody do it. If you haven't, I'm sure that rings a bell.
Says, oh, did you know about that? I went, no. And I went up and I went, oh, yeah, it's in there. But you would never know. And no one's ever said about it until you find it out by accident. Where it says there's the Blu-ray box sets are out there now. Might be a bit pricier. They are quite. So Nick says, you'll agree with this one. Cannibal Holocaust sea turtle scene haunts me.
Yeah. It's horrible.
Yeah, well, it is. There's nothing else you can say about it. There's no one who can say, yes, but that's not even a thing, is it?
I think if you haven't seen it, I don't think you quite grasp in your mind what it looks like till you've actually seen it. Yeah. It's one of the worst things filmed I've seen. It's horrible.
It is. And yeah, I do agree with that. You can't, there's not anything, well, you can't say anything positive about it. There's not anything you can say about that movie, Cleansing the Animals, where you can say, I can understand why that happened. It's all unjustified. The whole lot.
Yeah, totally.
Yeah. I mean, they could have got dummies. They should have just not even put them in.
They should have put it in.
Then again, it was in there probably to make the film as awful as it could possibly make it. Possibly.
The thing is, though, the gore itself, like, the fake stuff on humans, to me that would have carried the film anyway. You just didn't need them.
No. It was good. I mean, if you see the film without the animal stuff, it's still a good movie. I would never say anyone would say like this movie is one where you say, "Oh, they needed the animal stuff," and you can live without it, definitely. For it's still.
I'm looking forward to watching it without, just to see what it's like.
You will be so surprised at how that's gone, and it's just, you go, what? Where was it even meant to be? If somebody saw that and they didn't see the animal stuff, they would never know that it was.
They wouldn't even know. No.
It's amazing how they've done it. So I'm interested to see what you think of it. So should we go for that comment there? We're not too far behind now, if I'm right in thinking. I hope they haven't got the time zone wrong here. And because I'm saying it's like 10. The one I'm on is 10:17. That one.
10 minutes behind. Then that's good.
So 10 minutes behind. Yes, I think we are actually 10 minutes behind rather than being 10 minutes behind. But it's like they haven't got the hour right. Like, when you put the thing on to say, "Oh, I'm going to come on at 7."
We can't be that far behind, because remember when the lad come on about the video Nasties tapes? I said, "Oh, I'd like to know what he had." It was only a few minutes, and he told us what they were.
Yeah. We'll get a couple more, and then we'll do this. What we're going to do with this one is we've got another 2 films to show. That'll be 9 in this one, and then that means we've got another 30 to do in this section. So we can maybe go for 10 an episode.
No, we'll do these 2, and that's 10.
So that's 10 if we do these 2.
Yeah.
All right. So anyway, we're going to do more or less 10 a stream. I think that's a good thing. We've got a sensible amount of things. We've got plenty to talk about. I think we've talked good about these movies. We've got through the comments, which is great, and also we're not going to like rush any of them, apart from movies like the ghastly ones, which you just say load of crap next.
Yeah, and I think even you'll be challenged to say something good about it.
I'm so intrigued to see. I mean, I like a good daft or like bad movie better than most people, but it's got to be really bad for me to turn my nose a bit. But
if it wasn't one of the Nasties, I'd send you it.
No, it's one of those ones where you think you can't even like find it anywhere. It's not as if you could just see it like on Amazon Prime. Sometimes they put Cannibal Man on Amazon Prime. Can you believe it? Uncut.
That's well made.
No. Well, is it like Citizen Kane compared to this one?
Yeah.
Actually,
Cannibal Man definitely is. Yeah.
Slightly on Cannibal Man. That's such a good movie.
What?
It's Cannibal Man. It's such a good.
It
movie.
Is.
Yeah.
The only thing I didn't like was that opening.
Yeah, for the
slaughterhouse scene.
I know.
And again, it was nowhere near as bad as Cannibal Holocaust. I could watch it and think, well, that wasn't nice.
Yeah.
But years ago, I've had to watch that. I couldn't watch the rest of the film.
No, I know.
So I think I've hardened a bit to them.
Have you seen the longer cuts? Because the one you've seen is on DVD.
What, the Cannibal Man?
Cannibal Man, yeah.
No, I've got the same one as you.
All right, because the longer one has the animal stuff in, but it's not on the very start of it.
No, it's about halfway through, isn't it? Or
yeah, it's right now, yeah.
They didn't, yeah.
Because I originally saw the shorter version on DVD, and I didn't realize it was a longer version, which had the animal stuff. Because I thought, well, the animal stuff's gone, and then it come in, didn't it? But
for saying it's there, I'm glad it's at the start, because once it's gone, you can enjoy the rest of the film. You don't have to worry about it.
No, that's it. It doesn't come back to haunt you or anything, does it?
Yeah, it's just like, I think it's like one cow or one bull, whatever it is, and that's it.
Yeah.
And it's only done like it is done in a slaughterhouse. They don't torture nothing.
No, it was, well, it's not nice, but that's what happened. They didn't do it.
It's what happens. It's again, it was unnecessary, but it happens. So it's there. That's it. But once that's done, there's no more.
I agree. So the second to last one we're going to talk about is a absolute gem. It is the Burning.
Isn't it just?
Yeah. This has got a rating of 6.3, which I think is a bit low for this movie. Ah, that's a lovely cover.
That's the slip cover. I got the Scream Factory one. which
I was
had
going to
that
go
on
for
one
that one, but
side,
this one came out just before it, and I thought, I'm
and
gonna
that's
get
on
that.
the other.
Yeah. This has got a reversible on it. Well, with that, I think it's got that cover there, which
I
is
hate
all
that
right,
one.
but it's not representative of the movie. I think that one more is.
No.
Yeah.
For
So is this,
me, I think that's probably my second favourite because I think the original Video Nasty cover was better.
yeah, it was good, wasn't it? Yeah,
It
I
was
wish
just a
it
photo of a fella running in flames, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was, wasn't it? I think this could make a good 4K. I really do.
Definitely. I would definitely get this because this is probably one of my favourite, not only Video Nasties, but this is one of my favourite slasher films as well.
Yeah, I agree. It's
absolutely fantastic. And it's got everything you need. It's got it's got jump scares.
Yeah.
It's the gore Tom Savini done, and it's one of his finest for me.
Yeah.
And then it's got it's so funny in parts with that fella. I can't remember his name. He's a famous actor now. And I can't think what his name is. You'll know him.
I can't read that.
It's sort of chubby-ish, and he's got receding hair and the burning.
Well, he was in that. What was in that? Seinfeld, wasn't he?
It's not Brian Matthews, is it?
I wouldn't know what his name was, but I'm sure he's in. I'm sure he's in Seinfeld. But he's got full hair. But he didn't have He didn't have hair in Seinfeld. Him.
Seinfeld, yeah. I think that might be him.
Although I haven't seen Seinfeld.
But God, he's so funny in this.
Yes, he is.
And I didn't know. There's another one here. The bloke who plays. Do you remember the bit where they shoot Glazer, sorry.
Yes.
Up the butt.
Yes.
One of the three friends, the really tall, thin one who keeps taking the vitamins.
Mm-hmm.
He is the bloke who's in Short Circuit.
Yes, actually, you're right.
I seen it. Somebody's watching Short Circuit, and even though he's got the makeup on and he's putting I don't know if it's a Pakistani or an Indian accent he's doing. As soon as I see him, I went, he's all the burn in him. I recognise him straight away.
Yes, you're right. No, it hasn't got a picture of him here, believe it or not, unfortunately.
And it's got a very young Holly Hunter.
I was just going to say, don't forget Holly Hunter was in it for about 10 seconds. I didn't even know she was in it till she opened her mouth and said,
No. Took me a while to find her because she's that young and she's basically in the background.
Yeah, I don't know if she's in the film for more than that, but I just saw when she actually spoke. That was it. And I went, there she is.
Yeah. But if you've never seen this and you want to see it, if you like Friday the 13th, 1 and 2 especially, then you'll like this. They asked Tom Savini if he would do the makeup in Friday the 13th Part 2 for Jason, but he said, well, Jason's not alive and all this lot because he didn't agree with them bringing him back type of thing.
Yeah. He
went and did this instead. And there's a couple of scenes in this are quite similar. The story's kind of quite similar.
Yeah.
But to me, this is an amazing film. For me, this is easily a 10 out of 10.
It is, and it's for 10 out of 10 for me as well. And also, I think it didn't get a sequel, which is nuts.
And I love that about it.
Yeah, kind of. It sets it apart, I think, for that. They could have really done it to death and made it stupid.
Yeah.
But I think it's a good way to finish. Just say that's it, one shot done. So it's also called, believe it or not, it's directed by Tony Maylam, and it's get this one. I didn't know this one. It's written by Harvey Weinstein.
Yeah.
Did you know that?
Yeah. It's the first film that was released by Miramax.
Well, I didn't honestly think he had anything to do with this. I was like, what?
You look at the credits when it's gone. I think he's some sort of. It's not just that. I think he's executive producer something as well. Yeah.
Wow, missed that one. So it's also called Carnage.
How many films are called Carnage?
Well, there you go. Probably all of these are called Carnage somewhere in the world. The Cropsey Maniac and Cropsey. So that was its titles.
I think Cropsey was based on, I don't know if it's a true thing or whether it was like one of these legends, urban legend things.
Yeah, yes.
I'm not sure.
Few times.
But the soundtrack, that's the original,
Well,
which Rick Wakeman did.
Look at that, man.
Look how young he looks there, and he's got no beard or nothing.
My God, looks nothing like him.
There's the original video.
Yes.
Image. And this one's on. Remember this? Charisma.
I don't actually.
Genesis are on that label, and so were Monty Python when they released their records.
I've got a few Monty Python records, but I didn't know they were on Charisma.
But this is, 1981. This is the original UK one.
Oh, really? Wow.
The original American one's got a different sleeve altogether, and it's on a different label. The American one looks nice as well, but yeah, that's the original. And then,
Does it look the sleeve again? Does it look the sleeve again, Nige? Just. That's nice, isn't it? Brilliant.
That's the main, like the young lad in it.
Yeah,
Alfred.
Actually. I didn't think I was going to like him at the start, but I think he's quite good.
No, and even that, look, it's even got the X next to it.
I know. X. Can't beat a bit of X, can you?
None of this 18 garbage.
No,
then, who's this? One Way Static brought out coloured vinyl. That's the inner sleeve. You didn't know what you were getting.
Right.
You were either getting, I think it was a clear vinyl with an orange pool in the middle, or split, half clear, half orange. And I was thinking, please let me get the orange spool thing, like the pool. Nah, I got the split. You couldn't pick.
That's all right, though. Do you like that?
It's all right, Brad. I'm not fond of split.
So why is that?
I don't know. I just think it looks a bit cheap and nasty.
No, I think it's quite good, actually.
And then not long after I got that, and it sold out, Zavi put a pre-order up for it, and it said, pre-order the Burning soundtrack. It's an exclusive variant to us. Same front sleeve. No gatefold with that one, though. I think the back's different, is it? No, it's the same. But that one didn't open. And this one, I was like, oh, yes. It's similar, but it's not the same. This one was orange with a black puddle.
Ah, yes.
I actually think that looks better than the clear with the orange.
Yeah.
So I was chuffed to that. And then when I finally got it, I'm surprised I got it because it said on there, look, limited to 100.
100?
Yeah.
Dear me. So when did you buy that? How long ago was that?
Oh, God. 2017.
Really?
I actually thought it was before then.
And 100. That's pretty, it's pretty limited, isn't it?
I didn't realise it was only 100. I thought it was more than that. But yeah, I mean, it's such a brilliant film and it's such a brilliant soundtrack as well.
Yeah.
Absolutely love the Burning. So
yeah, it's funny,
definitely.
When I watched it, I hadn't realised that Rick Wakeman was the person behind the
sound. Yeah, no.
What? But when you
definitely
hear
a 10 out of 10 for me, that.
Yeah, it's got everything that you can want in a slasher film. It's got some great special effects. Obviously,
yeah,
it was banned for the fact of what the special effects were, how vicious some of them were, and how good they were at that point. You thought, my God. And I think
when I first saw this on video, and I then was lucky enough to get the pre-set of it off a car boot sale. I didn't know there was two versions. I think we've talked about this before as well.
Yeah.
Because I remember going to work one day when I used to work in Redcar, and this bloke said, "Oh, have you ever seen The Burn?" I was like, "Yeah." He went, "That is awful." I went, "I love that film." He went, and he described one of the scenes. I went, "Well, that didn't happen in the one I've got." He went, "No, it does. You see, like, you're twisting round and the blood." I went,
Yeah.
No, you see, go in and that's it. He went, no, I'm telling you. Then when this come out, it came out on a German DVD, and then America's released it on a DVD as well.
Yeah.
And I couldn't believe how much had been cut.
Yeah, you're right.
And I thought the cut one was brutal, but this is the fully uncut one, and so is the one you've got.
Yeah.
It's absolutely amazing. I love it.
No, I think that the fact that I think in this one they've used, I would say the fact it's got like implements that you could get. I think there was a big problem with things like you could easily get your hands on and copy. I think that's why that one raised its awareness, because it was saying they did what with shears. So you think, right, you could see why that was. And I remember it was one of the ones we got out and we did see it uncut. I must have got the uncut one out, although I didn't own it. I got it at the video shop and I saw the scenes in it. And it's one of the ones where I went back for it and said, you know, one of the first ones when we heard, maybe we didn't even know about the video nasty thing, but we heard, you know, we went back to the video shop and they says, oh, you can't have it. It's gone. We're like, what? And I think that was when we were thinking, that's when we sort of realised, without seeing it on the news because we were too young, you thought, what? And then it came out that it was the fact that these things were just gone and there's no way you could get your hands on them. Then
shocking, isn't it?
I know, maybe someone did get a hold of it. There was a cut one, you saw, hang on a minute, where's all them bits gone? You know, and then you sort of seen cut versions for the first time and you're going, this isn't good. You know, because all the stuff that you could previously see. And then did you feel that sometimes you were saying, I remember I saw this movie and this happened. And someone was saying, well, I saw it and I didn't. You must be making it up. Well, I wasn't making it up. I did see that. I did see this didn't happen. And they're going, no, it's not in there. So you're getting all these arguments between yourselves by those saying, nah, you're just talking rubbish. So no, it's definitely there. But you couldn't prove
it. I've got to admit, I didn't believe him.
Yeah.
I did not believe him. I was like, no, it didn't happen. I've rented it, I've seen it, and I've got the video at home. Doesn't happen. Oh, well, the one I did. I thought, well, how the hell can you have two different ones? And then it all came out. Yeah, it did. The one that was cut had the date stamped on it, didn't it? On the actual video label, when you took the video out, the Thorn Amite sticker on the middle of the tape, it had the date stamped on it with what looked like to be a library stamp.
Yes, it was like one of them ones you got them your book stamps in the library. Yeah, you're right, actually. So I'll get a few more comments. I've got the one a big box of curry, no pun intended.
It is nice that I've seen it. I don't own it, but I've seen it. It's nice.
I'm sure I've seen that yonks ago. Nick says I'll put it on my list to look out for. Newman and Badil, History to Deal was epic. You see that old whatever, that's your boyfriend, that is hilarious stuff. I have to use this in the video. Yes, it's that. You see that person over, that's your girlfriend, that is. And it's these like old people talking like little kids or doing like little things that kids would do. See that teacher over there, that's your girlfriend, that is. That type of thing. I can't remember anything else, but that I do remember. It's really good. Trez says, sorry, Vinegar Syndrome, got my labels mixed up. I have it in order with Cannibal Man. Yes. The Beast in Heat, Bloody Moon and Axe, and Kidnapped Coed.
That's the one I've got with them both on.
Yeah.
Has he ordered these anywhere? Or have we sort of like
I don't know,
influenced him to do it?
Maybe, because I know that Trev's very, very much into his movies, his nasties and stuff. And I do know that he's definitely on, you know, when you see these people who have funded these movies on 88 and you see them in the credits to say, you know, thanks to such and such for crowdfunding. Trev's in a couple of them, you know.
Oh,
you know,
wow.
Yeah. So that's good, isn't it?
That's impressive.
Baby
Cat.
Baby Cat.
Series.
That's the you know, the Lone Wolf and Baby Cat, which is what they fashioned Shogun Assassin out.
Oh, right, yeah.
So Naz says, Judd, since you've got your 4K TV, have you watched any of the Arrow window box Blu-rays? I'm curious as to the quality. Well, actually, I haven't, but I was thinking about watching Inferno. I was just talking about it today, and I was thinking to myself, I need to get that watched because I know it's good. So I'm gonna go back to a few of them. I mean, I have actually, saying that, I have watched Bear Blood recently, and I thought that looked really nice. To be honest, I think when those come out, you know, when you saw them for the first time on the window box, was like seeing a different film, wasn't it? Because that was the
Yeah.
first time it came out as a nice version, as opposed to the regular ones that were a little bit rough.
I think they were mind blowing at the time because they were on Blu-ray and that. And then when they scan them again and do a re-release, it's like, God, how the hell can it get any better?
Yeah,
weird how things progress, isn't it?
It is. You're right. Nick says, Christine is probably my most watched horror. That and Carrie.
I haven't watched Christine for years, but I do absolutely love it. Carrie, I watch that quite regular. Never get sick of that.
Yeah, I can watch it a lot.
John Travolta's amazing in it.
He's a little bit reptile, isn't he? Blu-Ray says, need to watch Christine again. Haven't seen that in a while. Nas says, also John and Nige, I sent you both messages on Instagram. Make sure you follow both John at War and Peace and Nige at Rockgod2004. Yes, that's
thank you very much.
That's Instagram stuff, isn't it?
I'll read that when we're done.
Yes. I felt my phone in my pocket buzzing, so that must have been that.
I seen a little thing, but I thought I can't answer it yet.
I speak to Nas quite a bit, actually. I speak to him quite regularly. He's a great guy. Very, very nice guy, you know. And there's a lot of them about. There's a lot of people on here that are, you know, top quality, I think. Like us too. Yeah. So Blue Irish says The Burning, fantastic film. Yeah, well,
exactly.
There's nothing else to that point, is it? It's just like
it is. It's amazing.
Next Movie Talk says it has it all for me. Fantastic dark humor, great music, and the FX hold up, and the cast is great. Yeah, it is. That's
got to be The Burning, surely.
It's completely. It has it all, doesn't it?
Yeah,
if I'm honest,
it does.
Fault it for anything.
Even the acting's great in it as well.
Yeah. I can't fault anything. I can just say it's just brilliant. So Blue says Fisher Stevens.
That's him. I think that's the one out of Short Circuit who I said's in The Burning.
Yes, I
think that's him, Fisher Stevens.
Yeah, he's got that. He looks. If it's the same look.
Oh God, I want to watch The Burning after all this.
I think that's going to go high on my list. Actually, I tell you what, that would make it great. If Arrow's watching this, please put this out in 4K. Now it's amazing how Arrow. Yes, they're putting these other 4Ks out. You're thinking great, but they've got to go back to titles like this one they haven't done for yonks. You know, rather than just putting out all of these ones, rehashing them again.
Yeah,
they've got to start looking deep diving. A bit like Tenebrae was a bit of a deep dive, kind of.
I mean, even though I've got on the Blu-ray, I've got the Screen Factory one, but if Arrow do a 4K of that like they've done Tenebrae and the other Argenta one, yeah, give me that. I'd have that.
Yeah, definitely. And they've done a steelbook of that, actually. I remember they've done a steelbook of it, which I didn't.
Oh, did they?
Yeah, I'm not really massive into steelbooks, but yeah, that came out at the same time. They went through a phase of going through steelbooks a bit. So Paul Jenkins,
I've got some steelbooks, but I don't.
Yeah, it's not my.
I'd rather have a nice slipcover or like the 4K nice packages, or even like their Blu-ray ones, Arrows with the book and the stuff in. I'd rather have that than a
The only
steelbook.
thing I really like sometimes with steelbooks is when I've got them in a box set. I can put up with them then, but when they're usually separate, I don't really like them for some reason. I don't know what it is. They're just not my thing.
Yeah, you know, when I was telling you about Get Wild Things, I went for the Zavvi exclusive one. The artwork was so much better as well. That's got a steelbook in it, but it's a really nice steelbook. But the fact that it's in that box, I don't mind. But I've bought some covers now as well, like proper plastic covers where you fold and clap. So I can't even talk. You fold like the little sides, and you fold the top down, and it goes in like a proper see-through box.
Yeah.
So I've got some of them for the steelbooks. They're really good. They're well worth getting.
I think I've only got 10 steelbooks in my collection, so I could probably get them for them and then protect them because they're not scratched. But you don't want. Saying that, I've got one scratch on one of them. It's my Jaws steelbook, which I'm sick about.
My Jaws one's not.
You what?
My Jaws one's not scratched, thank God.
No. I don't know where it come from because it wasn't scratched when I got it. It's just got a little scratch in it. I mean, it's not massive, but you can see it and you think
It doesn't take much. That's the downside of them.
Yeah. So I know you're right. You look at them, they get scratched. Paul Jenkins said The Burning is a great film. The first time I seen it, I'm sure it was on the Horror Channel.
I wonder if that was uncut.
Well, Zombie Creeping Flesh was on the Horror Channel. That was uncut, believe it or not. That's got some quite bit animal stuff like Mondo stuff in it, which is a bit.
Has it?
Yeah, it has actually. Yeah, it's got some kind of. I'm sure there's a bit where they go to this tribe and one of them's there's like a dead body and it's got like maggots in its mouth. And there's a proper dead body, and I'm sure that's in the movie. I think.
Oh.
Yeah, I was quite surprised because I did tape it off there, and I thought I wanted just to see if it was uncut, and it was actually uncut. Believe it or not. So Blu-Ray says, movie talk, Dick's movie talk, yep. And so Trev says, Niger have 52 video nasties and 23 from category 1. John is right. My name is on the absurd credits that follow the movie's credits. There you go.
Wow. So that's impressive.
That's a good one.
Fair play to you, yeah.
Yeah, I know. We've had a good chat about that, actually. I'm looking forward to talking to Trev, actually, like this one-to-one, probably off air to have a bit of a chat with him. But I'd love to do a live stream with Trev because he's got a lot of insight in this type of thing. He's quite knowledgeable with this whole thing. He's got a lot of knowledge out there, as you know. So Carl says, my personal favourite cannibal nasty is Jungle Holocaust, Last Cannibal World. Doesn't get much mentioned much. Yes, well, you mentioned that before, and
I mentioned Last Cannibal World. Yeah, I keep forgetting. I couldn't remember the Jungle Holocaust, but I'm watching that on Blu-ray, like on eBay. I am watching it. I will get it. I will get it. Yeah.
Well,
it's about 23 quid, something like that.
Yeah, if you're interested in watching, what's he called again from Cannibal Holocaust? Who's just
Robert Kerman or Kerman, whatever you call it. Robert Furman Kerman. Yeah,
that's him. Furman Kerman. If you're interested in watching
Robert
him
Kerman.
with no clothes on for an entire movie, then you're in for a treat.
Debbie Does Dallas. He's in that. Believe it or not.
Well, he hasn't got an item of clothing on for the full movie. I know that much. That's one of the things I remember about it. I was like, what? And then on this thing, it says Cannibal Apocalypse from Nos. I don't think I've heard mentioned. A great bad film with John Saxon. Well,
yeah, but you're about to in about 2 minutes' time.
Here you go. The last one I'm going to talk about tonight is now that was a great, wasn't it? You must have read my minds.
How was that for a feed?
There you go, Nos. We'll give you a credit in the credits.
Yeah.
So yes, Cannibal Apocalypse. The only movie that's not really a cannibal movie, is it?
No. There's little bits in, but it's not like you would imagine. It's you see people bite people, but it's not in a jungle or anything like that.
No, it's not. And it has got John Saxon. I think it's got a great cast in here.
Yeah, it has. Love John Saxon.
Yeah. It's also got John Morgan in it, who's not called John Morgan. He's called Giovanni Lamberto Radici.
Yeah. Have you seen how many of the nasties he's in?
He's in practically every single one, isn't he? He's in loads.
He's obviously in this. He's in Cannibal Ferox. He's in House at the Edge of the Park.
Yes. City of the Living Dead.
Yeah, City of the Living Dead.
That's your cover there.
Yeah, that's the one he came with, isn't it? But this
is the Kino Loba. Loba one.
So usually theirs aren't easy to get hold of, but I got hold of that pretty easily.
Yeah, I got this one quite cheap as well. If I remember, it was only about 12 quid. I was like,
yeah, mine wasn't expensive, mine. Shame it doesn't have a slip. It would have been a nice slip there.
Yeah, I would like it. I mean, that's the nasty cover as well, isn't it?
Yeah, that's the actual old video artwork. Yeah, that's
a great scene, isn't it? Well, not with his face in it. But
yeah, I didn't recognize it, at first, because I thought that was some sort of animal, but then I realized when you watch it till the end.
Yeah.
That's on the cover there.
Yeah, I know what you mean. It's and as well, this one is fully uncut because it's got a scene of animal. Well, it's a rat on fire, and it's only about. I'm going to say, it's about It's only a split second, isn't it? So
I was going to say it's
UK
either a
version,
second or less.
UK version is on DVD, and it's just got that scene missing, and it's literally you blink and you miss it. But that's what it was. That's in here. That's the reason why I got it was because it's on Blu-ray, because you can't get it in Blu-ray in the UK.
Yeah,
even cut.
I think the DVD as well. Even the American DVD, I read somewhere that even that was cut. I don't know how. Yeah.
Is that it?
But then when I read about this being uncut and they were bringing it, I thought, I'm having that.
Oh yeah.
I did see this on video as well. I did see this one.
Yeah, I saw that. Yeah.
And I always remember, like, once it got banned, you couldn't see it again. I thought, I actually really enjoyed that film.
Mm-hmm.
So then when I seen it again, I was like, oh yeah, it was actually as good as what I remembered.
Yeah. And did you know, or you probably do know, do you know Cat and Nine Tails?
The little girl.
The little girl is actually
it's her, yeah.
Girl in there, which with John Saxon. Wow.
I'm glad you said that because I meant to say it earlier and then I got sidetracked.
Yeah. That was it.
I couldn't believe it.
It's what? You know, when you think, is it really? Because you just forget these people grow up, don't you? And appear again. And when you look at it, you think, oh, yes, it is her.
You can see it there a mile. I think facially, she hasn't really changed that much. You just think this little innocent lass, this kid who's in this film, and years later, there she is, just about in the buff.
Yeah. With and John Saxon said he didn't like doing that scene at all. In fact,
did he not?
He didn't even watch this film. He sort of put it and says that's it. I think he was annoyed at the fact of the way the movie went. He didn't expect it to be the way it was. I think I heard that.
Oh, strange.
And I do think that this movie, I think it's probably got on the thing because it's Cannibal Apocalypse. I think that's why it's got in here. Because I don't think it's that bad when I watch it.
I wouldn't class this as one of the cannibal films.
No, not at all. There's no animal violence in it, but apart from that, that's just a bit of action violence, if you want to call it like that. Just because
I think if you do want to class this as a true cannibal film, then going back to earlier, I would probably say this was my favourite then.
Yeah, if you could put it in there, I would definitely say it's right up there at the top.
Because there's an animal cruelty. It's just a really, really good film, I think. I love it.
It is. It's kind of more like it's like a virus, isn't it? A virus gets people and they just want to attack people.
I think I would give this one 8 out of 10.
Well, if I'm honest, I'll put about 8 on it as well because it's a one that's I can go back to time and time again. Never get sick of this movie, and it looks really nice on Blu-ray, doesn't it? Yeah,
it does.
It looks lovely. This could be a 4. I would get the 4K. Would you go 4K?
I think I would. Yeah. Even it's Vietnam, isn't it? The war scene you see at the beginning. They look amazing. The fire on it. Mm-hmm. They look really, really good. It's just really, really good transfer what they've done with it.
No, I think they've done an amazing. Because that's the one when I've saw it on all the other versions I've saw of it. It's always looked a little bit sort of grubby and just a bit scratchy and just not that good. Yeah. A bit washed out. But this one's, and if they get a 4K of it, it just looks sensational. Then again,
I've just realised when you said that was a good scene, did you mean that bit?
No, I meant the fact of him with a hole in his stomach.
Yeah. I was going to say, because that's what I was on about, but that I've just spotted that. I thought that was a ball of fire at first. But I remember that as well.
Yeah, that's a good one. And fighting over the meat. Yeah.
That's about as cannibal-y as it gets, though. Then.
Yeah, it's not.
For me, you can't class that as a cannibal film, really.
I think the fact they do try and eat people. I can see it a little bit like that, but I think it's probably got that title. Actually, I'll go through the titles that it did have, which probably suited more. Cannibal Apocalypse is 1980. It's directed by Antonio Margheriti, great director. It's 96 minutes long. It's got 5 out of 5 out of 10. 5.5 out of 10. I think I would have had higher than that. It's also known as Savage Apocalypse, Invasion of the Flesh Hunters, Cannibal Massacre, and so Giovanni Lamberto Ricci is I'll put that in there just to remind me on that he's in there. It's also called Cannibals in the City, Savage Slaughterers, Apocalypse Demoni, which is the Italian title, which I quite like. Virus, quite a few of them are called Virus, aren't they?
Yeah.
Cannibals in the Street. I think that suits it more, doesn't it? The fact that it's like saying, like, you know, like, I think Invasion of the Flesh Hunters is a bit more apt.
For me, they've picked the best title out of a lot of them.
Oh yeah, it's a great title.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, 8 out of 10. That one. It was a really, really good one.
Yeah, it's a cracking movie, and I think it's probably just the name got that on the list. Yeah.
Well, we got through the 10.
We did. We've done that. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to put these. We'll go through these comments here.
Yeah.
We'll wrap it up. I think we've done quite well actually to go through what we've set out
Yeah.
to do. What we're going to do. So Nos says, "I promise I didn't see this coming." That was when we segued into Cannibal Apocalypse. Well, if you can do that more often, that'd be great, Nos. Blue Iris says, "Carl, I remember the video shop back in the very early 80s, perhaps the rental just sales. I had a stack of Cannibal Jungle Holocaust VHS in the window, £40 a pop."
Wow.
That's, yeah. Carl says, "I'm holding off on getting the upgrade of Cannibal Apocalypse, region lock for a start, but I got a feeling it'll get a UK release soon. I think it would probably come out. I just don't know about that one scene since it's been stopped already once with that scene. I can't imagine that scene getting through. Once they've got it in there, you know, they know about this, they might say, remember that rat scene? It might like flag up."
I think you asked me that before. You said to me, do I think it will get another release over here uncut? And I said, I don't think so, because for that one split second of a rat burning, they're not going to spend all that money just to resubmit it to try and get it uncut when there's a chance that they could turn around and say, no, we're still leaving it cut. Waste of money.
And they're losing money because they can't get the money back, can they? When they
No.
submit it. So Blue Rise says, "There's a rat on fire. What am I going to do?" Yeah. I think is that sort of right remark into the UB40 song? "There's a rat in my kitchen. What am I going to do?"
I hope not.
So,
we don't swear on this. UB40.
UB40. Or, as we say in the Geordie speak, UB40.
UB40.
Mac Chat's Rockgod, love the vinyl of the Burnings. The first press by Charisma, I was thinking it makes sense. Wakeman and Genesis were on the same label. They were two of the biggest prog rock acts of the 70s. Yeah, they were, weren't they?
I didn't realise Wakeman was, because I thought, well, I know when he was in Yes, they were on Atlantic. But I know Genesis were definitely on. But I mean, his solo stuff might be on it. I don't know.
He'd done quite a lot of solo stuff with his day. 200.
Yeah, he did.
Like that. There's keyboards all over the place.
He did one called, I haven't heard it, but I know he's done one called Journey to the Centre of the Earth, because I've always been curious to hear it.
I hear all these titles that he's done, and it'll all sound like probably good in essence, but maybe like 30 minutes long, and you could do without 25 of the minutes. Like noodle on the keyboard might get a little bit too much. So the last comment we're going to do tonight is on Turn the Blue Iris. It's going to be memorable lines: Cannibal Apocalypse, cannibal cop eating the breast of a victim. Cannibal says, "Oh God's son, put it down."
Put it down. I'd actually forgot about that bit. Yeah. God's son, put it down.
Well, I tell you what, on that bombshell, that's a good way to end the stream, isn't it? Wow.
It is.
So I want to thank everybody who's come along tonight. I've had a good time here. This has been great. I had 10 great titles there, and we've got 30 years to come. This is only in section 1. And don't forget, the other sections have even more titles in it. Especially section 3 has got the most on it. So it's this series, which is going to be going for a long time, which is great. And not too sure when the next one is. As we always say, we are not too sure when it's coming for the next one, but we'll put it on. I
was going to say there, section 3's got 82 titles.
Well, there you go. So
that's anyway, just section 3.
If you're sitting here in 15 years' time going, right, we're on to section. We're still in section 1 now. But it's going to be because I mean these things here, and you learn things in the comments as well. So, and there's a lot of movies in here, especially in the section 3 we're talking about. They're going to be quite hard to get. Maybe by the time we've got to them, like Mardi Gras Massacre, we're going to actually physically have them, because we'd love to get that happen. I mean, we're in the thing here for picking all these up, and I know that Nigel's got a lot more than me, but I'm hoping to get these ones when I see them. I want to get them straight away, but it's one of these ones that seem to be like teasing them and then telling them they're coming out and then they kind of withdraw them and you don't hear anything more about them.
Miss Hugs and Kisses being a classic example.
I was just going to say that one as well. That seems to have vanished, but I knew that's still coming out. And but it's down the line. But I know it's just we're like that. We just want to get these things out. And that's Blu-ray says, cheers both. Cheers all. Really looking forward to the rest of this series. Well,
thank you very much.
And we are so happy about the way that the first one went was great, and this one's it's just so good. And I've really
enjoyed it. It's been fantastic. I've really enjoyed it. I really have.
And I'll tell you one of the best things I've noticed about this. I knew you were going to show some vinyl, but I didn't know how good the vinyl was going to be. I was like, what? That burning vinyl? My God. I'd kill for stuff like that.
Which one did you like the most out of the burning ones?
I like the original one because it is the original one. You don't see things like that at all. You know, I've never even seen it.
It's that artwork, isn't it?
I know. But it's the original. It's not as if it's like Preston or this or that or a mock-up of it. It's the one because, you know, you've got to really go some collectors, you know, like who collect stuff. It's not as if everyone's got that one. It's a rarity. That's what I'm going to say for me.
Well, when we get to section 3, we can see that.
Oh, tell you what, anybody who's watching it, we've got 26 people watching this. The 26 people, you will not believe what you're going to see with that one. You may think it's a regular Friday the 13th vinyl, or think again.
It also that's
all I'm going to say.
There's also 6 different coloured variants I'll be showing of it. If it arrives in time, possibly 7.
So that's on section 3.
Friday the 13th, yeah.
So we'll probably see that in about 5 years' time. Right. Okay. So it just remains for us. Oh, yeah. I know. You are, aren't you? You're a big tease.
You're a big tease.
Honestly, you've got. I mean, I'm not just saying this. I know I've seen what it is, but you are not going to believe what it is when you see it. That's all I'm going to say about that. And put it this way,
I think if any vinyl collectors who collect soundtracks know about it, now you've said that, there's going to be somebody who knows exactly what it is.
Mm-hmm. Well, unless you'd show me that thing, I would have never known anything about it. Now that's the best thing. It's the best thing that you can do. I think on this stream, personally, you can see these vinyl stuff that's going to come out.
Yeah,
I just got a good collection. So not only are you going to see some what we consider to be like maybe the best versions you can get on Blu-ray mainly, or the only ones that they get affordably, like ghastly ones. You're going to hopefully see some things that you're going to see that are going to put you in a good mindset for how to get these things. Hopefully it's going to help you out. It's going to make you think twice about maybe going for some of them, like the box sets. You don't have to really go for them. I'm hoping with like things like ghastly ones, we'll get a UK release because there's nothing in it. It's not going to offend anybody. And if someone gets a hold on it and there's a box set like Arrow, then I think it'd be good to go. And it'd be hopeful if you did go and buy that big, huge box set. And then the next day, Arrow says, oh, we're putting the one out for 40 quid. And it's got that one in it. Cry eyes out, wouldn't you?
I would. I mean, if that Blood Rights / Ghastly ones come out Blu-ray, I would get it. I would upgrade.
Yeah.
Because I would like them all on Blu-ray or 4K, whichever, because it looks so much better. I will watch it again. I'm hoping I change my mind and I think it's a bit better.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe I wasn't in the right frame of mind. I don't know, but we'll see.
Yeah, you might just have to just put your sort of so bad it's good head on, or so awful it's good, maybe, and try again.
So you do think it's a good idea to show the vinyl soundtracks then? Because I was a bit dubious.
You're joking?
I don't think anybody would have been interested, but by the comments, I think they have been.
Yeah. Well, if no one's interested, then I'm interested in it. So you better.
All right, then. I'll carry on.
Right. Anyway, so on that bombshell, again, double bombshell, we'll be saying good night, everybody. Thanks once again for coming along. Had a great time here. And the next one, we'll announce it as soon as we know when it's going to be. Won't be too long. And then it'll be the same sort of format. We'll be going from, well, you know what's coming up next, don't you? the two big cannibal movies, real cannibal movies. Now
they'll be what we open with. Actually, they'll be the first two.
They will. So you've got something to look forward to there, kind of. Wow. So we've got a lot of things to talk about. It'll be
and vinyl.
And vinyl. So yeah, it's all coming. So you'd be crazy to miss it. That's all I can say. And I'll tell you this way, I'm excited because a lot of these things.
Be there or be square.
Exactly.
Can you believe I actually just said
that? Right. Okay. So once again, thanks everybody for coming along, and I'm glad my voice is held out. I didn't think it was going to. I've got through it, and I want to thank Nigel once again for coming along.
Thank you very much for having me, and also thank you very much for all the really nice comments and questions we got. Been really good.
And, thanks much for the comments that we've got continuing from the last stream. You know, when you're coming back on, when you're going to do some more, and hopefully it was something enjoyable to people, and you will be, coming back for the next one, because we're just starting off basically on this journey. We're kind of we're 2 streams in, about 7 hours in total, and we're just scratching the surface, aren't we? So
yeah, and still right round to go with the next lot. Can't wait. I'm so excited for it. I love it.
So the next one tomorrow night. No.
I'd be game.
I would if I could, but I know.
In
the morning, so I think I've got. I think one of the rare times that she's been working loads this week, so she hasn't worked. She worked all week, so I think this weekend after she finishes, she's going to see Newcastle play tomorrow. She's going to with a season ticket. It's like gold dust. Them things now. Her and Matthew are going to go off and watch the Toon play tomorrow.
The Toon.
So I'm not going to say anything more about that, because I really hope that we'll get a win out. We'll start off right, we're finished off, but that's for another stream, isn't it? So yeah, so Nos says, night guys, great trades. Don't forget to follow John and Nige on Instagram, OnePiece666 and Rockgod2004.
Thank you very much. Thank you for that.
Get that right.
It's hard, isn't it, when you're watching?
It is.
Right. I know what I've been doing. This I've been going, oh, you see him there. I found the book. Oh, there he is. It's really strange, because you're normally used to doing it with a mirror image.
I know, you're right. Okay, so on that, I'm not going to say.
So hopefully, fingers crossed, the next one will be in a few weeks.
Yeah, that's what I'm hoping for. We're hoping for a couple of weeks, but it'll only be due to work that we can't do this thing. It's not that we don't want to do it. It's just don't work, thing. That's, life shouldn't get in the way, should it, of fun?
No, it's a nuisance.
It's terrible, isn't it?
But I think looking at this, I think the next one's going to be a really good one.
It is. It's got some belting. I mean,
it's got some crackers in there. Yeah, it has.
Yeah, it has.
And we've got some great additions of some of them as well.
Oh yeah, got some good things to show off. And so once again, thanks for everyone, and we'll look forward to seeing you on the next stream. And thanks for everybody who's come along. We've still got 21 people watching tonight. Can you believe it?
Wow.
I know. So take care, and I'll see you.
Thank you very much.
See you next time round.
Yeah.
Bye now.
Good night, everyone.
Good night.